Let's get this stuff to work. There we go. It's 8. Should be fine. There we go. We're getting stuff. We're getting it. Alright. So welcome in. When you all get in, or who bought and all. If anyone needs 2 card pulls or has any questions about any sort of why did my brain's just not working. If anyone has any questions about the topics or has a topic that they would want to talk about as well, bring that up. This is a space to do so. Other than that, hopefully everyone's been having a good day. It's been going swell. Okay. I thought that was weird. Yeah, welcome in when everyone gets in. Welcome in, welcome in. How's it on your end? I haven't seen you in ages. I'm here. Usually. Usually. Carried away. Something like that. Oh, it's over here. That's where we went. But yeah, if anyone needs readings, we got the tarot deck, the shadow deck, the angel cards, the animal cards. Or if anyone has anything like a topic or something to talk about, ask questions about. That's what we're doing. I'm also just shuffling the cards. Yeah, just rocking the full white suit. We got black bottoms on, but You can't see him. It don't matter. You can't see him. But yeah, we've been rocking all white for a while. I mean, neither. I don't really have an opinion on either planet. They're, you know, they're there. I don't really have an opinion about it. Or have like a preference of it, of either of them. Yeah, we can do that. If you're needing a dream reading, I offer those as well. If you're interested in something of that nature, we can do a 2-card from the shadows on it as well. I mean, I don't have to agree. It's probably the English translation that makes it a joke, you know what I mean? Because all planets were renamed in Greek. Or with Greek origins, at least. The planets had different names than what we named them. So, I mean, that's just one on the teacup, though. But yeah, I can do the 2 on the dream. Is there any other information about the dream that you would like want to put down? We can get deeper into it. Oh, word. I mean, yeah, we can do like a 2-card dream reading as well if you need. You know what I mean? If that's really if that's something as well. But you know, I would like to know just a little bit more information if you're comfortable saying anything about it, and if not, it's okay. But just to have more of like a pinpoint, so I'm not kind of bouncing off the wall with the with what comes through. You know what I mean? Be great. You're such a group of people. Got you. All right. You have your 2 cards. First is Sorcery Tools, 32, which is 5. There is 32 at. There's 33. So Sorcery Tools is strong will, assertiveness, diligence, attention to detail, a well thought out plan, goals, means realization, strength of mind, professional skill, a perfect fit for a position. So this is definitely, especially with you saying it was a dream about like a bunch of individuals pushing boundaries. This has a lot to do with your will, a lot of your mental strength, the strength of your mind, how much you not even like. I don't want to use the word desire, but I'm kind of feeling to call it to is like what is your strong desire point, and how determined are you there to get there? And then we have sorcerer's protection, which is 31. And that's heightened intelligence, inquisitive mind, knowledge and experience, insurance, protection of intellectual property. So definitely, it's seeing if you're willing to run with an idea. These dreams are kind of a warning to you, in that sense of showing you the outside forces that might be keeping you from choosing a path that you're desiring to go down. And it's really just checking up on you and seeing if you can almost keep up with it. You know what I mean? And not keep up with it in the sense of it's running ahead of you, but keep up with the energy changes. Keep up with seeing more and more of that truth. And especially with it being a trafficking ring in that sense, that can relate a lot with the soul. Um, a lot to do with just like the adrenal glands that you have, so your stress levels, like in that nature. But a lot to do with that inner child, like keeping your head at a level of where you're able to see a solution, but not live so strictly in that sense. But I'm doing well. I'm doing well, sister. How are you? But definitely keep an eye on not getting so caught up in the storm of it. Being able to be grounded in that inner child is really is the probably the best way to walk through life, I should say. Yeah, just always remember that money is not needed for everything. We've ended up associating and agreeing to standards that don't really fit us. So it's not that everything is needed for money. It's just that we tend to need to spend money for everything. We haven't yet really got that energy center of ourselves like balanced out enough to not see. I mean, to see that it doesn't take money for things to move forward in certain notions. You know what I mean? Like, it doesn't take money to feel happy. It doesn't take that externalization, that cause and effect. You know, that cause and effect, almost abuse, where you are expecting to get something out of it. So that's why you're doing it, right? That's kind of how it is with money. Like, we get it because we know that once we have it, then we can go out and do other things. And it's like that's that restrictive barrier that we all deal with, that we kind of have to break down. But you cannot buy a feeling state with money. Your feelings aren't bought. They are felt. There's a difference. Wow. See, that's the thing. Like, we're at a overstanding that, dude. What's with all the trolls? It's just how it is gonna be tonight. It's Friday night, ain't and not a single soul got a person to hang out with in person. So they go online and do that. You know, I used to be that way too. It's whatever. Just go outside, talk to some people, make some friends. It's not that hard. It could be. At the end of the day, it doesn't matter. don't know. I don't know, Daniel. That's a good point. Yeah, I don't even get like confused. I'm just very facially expressive. So I'll look at things. I just won't respond to it. You know. It's whatever. Cause I don't know, and that's, I mean, if we're gonna talk about it, we'll talk about it in a way that's beneficial. That's how the ego works. Uh, the rational mind, the barking sense. You know what I mean? From the shadow deck, yeah, sure. What do you need about Espen? I got you. But that's kind of how the rational mind works. Yeah, I'm doing well. But it will like, it needs a reason to feel higher. It needs a reason to defend. And if it can't find a way to defend you, it defends someone in your name, in your cause. And you don't really need to do that. You know what I mean? Like, you don't need to defend something for someone else, nor do you really need to defend yourself from it on an external standpoint. But a lot of people are in that mindset of that way of being. Yeah, I've been having a really well time. There's just small, there's, you know, if I was nitpicky, I could definitely find a few things that are a little uh not, I don't want to say upsetting or agitating, but it's a bug for sure. But it doesn't like stop me from doing anything. Like, I'm just confused why it's taking so long. I'm just going down the path. What cleanses you? What do you mean? In that sense, like, there's a lot of ways I can go about that question. You said a general reading. I'm not locked in. I was looking at your message again, and you literally said, I'm sorry, excuse me for a second. We're getting to the reading. Goodness gracious, child. Alright. So first card that you have, Espen, is Daughters of Men. Let me flip to it real quick. It's like at the very beginning of the book. And Daughters of Men is an unequal alliance, difference in nationality or social status, physical attraction, wrong choice, temptation. There could be things around you right now that are tempting, maybe seeming like a quicker path, a quicker route, maybe even a simplified way of like going about something to learn from it in that sense. So really just checking the areas that are kind of feeling a bit stressful on the physical, or ones that are requiring a lot of like physical choices at this time. Just be aware of that. We have the Witch's Sabbath with Scorpio energy, which is public recognition and teamwork, dishonest competition, hiatus, initiation, enjoyable time with associates. So definitely, this is not a time to kind of be walking alone. If you are in that kind of confusion, in that alone state, working with people is going to be of a good benefit. But as well, when you're working with people, don't just be in the sense of, oh, I'm working with someone, so that means that I'm going to be able to like excuse me. It's like, you know how sometimes you work with someone, you work with an individual. I met a few people who act like that, who operate like that. Excuse me. But they'll get in a group with someone so they can work more. It's like they're not that they're using their energy for anything. It's just like they feel like if they have someone else watching them, that they can do the work better. Don't feel like you need to be supervised in that sense, but it is, you know, working with someone is definitely advisable at this time through whatever problem. Just don't have someone working there as like a supervisor. Don't have them there just watching you work in that sense. So it's really a call to that. Letting out gases. Well, getting out gases isn't a spiritual release. Releasing things on the spiritual level is something that you do with the heart space. And yeah, ascending, I can pull for you, but I need to know what deck and the reason why. I got you, no worries. But if you're going to release things spiritually, that just means to stay in the middle, be grounded in it, know of what it is, know what created it. Not just knowing what it created in you or what you created from it, but why it was even there in the first place, you know. What is it root to? How is it being projected out on a macroscopic level and not just a microscopic level? You know what I mean? Because like a lot of people, like they can't even release their physical attachments, their physical demons. How the hell are you releasing spirits in the spiritual, but you can't let go of anything in the physical? It doesn't work like that. If it has any form of physical attribute in your life, it has a spiritual backing on it. There's a spiritual reasoning for it being there. It has a spirit. It has the control. It has life within your life. It has a place of origin within your life. So it's still there in the spirit. It hasn't like actually went anywhere. It's a weird placebo effect. It's like it's the same thing as the addiction, you know? I don't know. It's not that complicated to talk about. But it definitely is like it's something that I noticed a lot. And welcome in. Cause it's like I don't know. I could talk about it in so many ways. So I'm trying to find like an easy, non-tongue twisty way of talking about it. I also gotta log back in here. But yeah, no. I don't know. I can think of an example. My brain is just not letting me speak. I'm struggling with it a little bit. But we're good. We're fine. I gotta refresh that. But yeah, I guess that is a way I could talk about it. That's true. It's like an addiction. You're still dealing with that demon of gluttony. You're still dealing with that, you know, the guilt or something that's causing that addiction to be there, or however that addiction's staying there. The disagreements to letting go of it. You know, all these things. Oh, it helps calm my mood down. All these other like entities that it's attached to, that it's keeping it alive and stuff of that nature. My brain is just not working. It hasn't been working for the past few days. Which usually just means something big's about to happen. Like there's something doing something. There's something doing something. Because even though I haven't been able to like speak or articulate much or get like many plans out of my mind, I have definitely been getting third eye activations like none other, and very other fun experiences that involve the higher four chakra systems. But yeah, if anything is bothering you within the spirit, within the physical, it's just because of it having a spiritual meaning. There's a spirit. There's something in it that's irking and leeching its way into you, and it's not just to stay there. It's to get out, because it's just trying to be like, hey, I can enter through you. I can come into your body, your vessel, through this tiny hole here. All that has to happen is this one event outside of you, and then and now you're like caught up on it. So let's work on that. Let's get you ready to leave this realm, because once you don't have this physical shell anymore, it's going to be a lot easier to get to your spirit if you don't already have solidified, boundaries within self. But you got to be aware of it. And being aware of it's like step one. If you're aware of it, then that's a pattern that's ready to be broken. And that, the next step is just willpower at that point, and staying on track with it. Actually, I need to check that while I'm here. I didn't think so. I should probably do that. I don't think of it as well. Oh, right. I already have one open. Why would I need to open the second one? And welcome in, welcome in. Hopefully you're doing and feeling well. Not really. Negative energy isn't really like passed through your body. Negative energy is what fuels you. Negative energy is a giving force, and positive energy is a releasing force. Negative energy creates potential. Positive creates kinetic. So in that sense where people are talking about negative energy, they're not really talking about energy. What they're talking about is their own implications on something being good or bad, which implies something is up with the moral compass. Not something's wrong with it, but that it's being used and seen as a tool. But instead of being balanced, it's being rationalized. So it's not really about cleansing negative energy. It's just learning about how to actually be a transmuter, be an actual alchemist, how, who we're supposed to be. Well, I guess that's just gonna crash. Cool. I get what you mean, but like, what do you want the 2 card pull on? And I can get you for that. You if you're feeling stomach pain, and it's causing like gas, that's like an acid thing. You might need to do like a parasitic cleanse or something to like calm that stomach down. Oh man, I gotta get this right. I gotta change this whole font size and everything. I'll do that later. Future relations and love, I got you. So your first card is the 9 of Pentacles, not for sale. Right now, there's a lot of questioning of things. The main reason of this concern of like the future relationships and love is because there's something right now that is around you that's not really mirroring that back to you. The 9 of Pentacles is all about that test, and with the Pentacles being the physical, being a 9 card, and 9 is that that test. It has a lot to do with seeing what you have around you, kind of seeing what you've built up. Is what you've built up sturdy? Are you able to move forward with what you have? In that being with love, are you around things that are allowing you to be in that energy of love instead of the energy of fear? Are you allowing things to actually nurture you and give you that love that you're desiring, or are you allowing it to come into you and cause you fear or panic in that sense? And it's just kind of seeing where you are built up at this point, and how you're able to move forward with it. There's not really a set time that anyone can really say a certain individual is ready for certain things, because that's really done on the individual part, which is what you're being kind of asked to do at this time, is just see where you're at, so you can move forward. But you have the Ace of Pentacles, and that's just kind of what you're needing to do. And once you start seeing things from this value of like, I feel confident in this area, this thing that I'm doing is boosting me up in this area, or anything of this nature, that's going to show you what you're desiring. With the 9 and the Ace of Pentacles being the 10 of Pentacles, you're basically at that end goal of what you're desiring. If it's for like relationship or like good connections with people in the future, you're on that path already. It's just you need to make sure that if you're ready at this point, you know what I mean? Like the people around you have already been checked. It's now just, are you checking yourself right now? And if you are checking yourself, on what and how in that sense. And not checking yourself in order to like punish yourself or make yourself feel like you're not ready, but just keeping it honest with yourself so that moving forward what to look out from you, like certain triggers or certain things in the past that may pop up and disturb us, that path you're going on. Just making sure that stuff is like being observed, so it's not just popping up out of the blue and causing spirals or anything of that nature. Um, Espen, not really. The in the term of messing with energy, we're not concerned with negative energy or positive energy. In fact, that's just the two poles that energy works on, where one is taking and the other one is giving. And what you would say is negative energy is really referring to feminine energy, because negative is the charging point and positive is the output, right? So you're messing with energy. So it's not positive or negative energy that you're looking at. You're looking at optimism and pessimism, because negative energy doesn't create these pessimistic or bad, evil thoughts that you have. That's pessimism at its finest. That's showing you only the darker side of things rather than turning to the heavier side of things instead of turning to the lighter side of things in that sense. So it's not negative thoughts. It's not negative programming. That's not the right word that you're wanting to use, especially if you're going to talk about it in that sense of energy. It's just completely wrong in that sense, because just it's how a battery works. It's just energy in itself, right? So you're really just worried about, can your family members cause pessimism and cause you not to believe in yourself? Of course, it doesn't matter what you label them as. It can be your best friend, your husband, your wife, your seventh child. It doesn't matter. If they're able to instill any amount of like, oh, you can't do this because I said so or whatever, it's just because they're pessimistic. They've lived a pessimistic life, and they don't expect you to live a better one. And however that is, people have their own reasons for everything, but it's really just being more worried about pessimism. People are afraid of hearing the word negative, which, if we're going to talk about it in other tactics of what negative is no in the sense of speaking elite. If we're going to be speaking elite in that sense and not energetically, right? But again, if we're going to bring up energy, negative doesn't exist in the sense of it being bad. You know what I mean? Because whenever I read negative energy, I really don't get what you're trying to say. I see it as like you saying feminine energy, the energy that's giving into. And that energy that can give into is the one that's receiving, which would be you at that sense, right? So, but definitely do a detox. If you're feeling like stomach gurgles and stuff. Even if you're not, it's just good to detox yourself. You know what I mean? I could probably get 495. Well, that explains a little bit too. I didn't want to say what is that. No, that's fine. No worries, I got you. I got you. No worries. If it does, it does. I'm not really, you know, if it helps you feel better, then sure. I don't really know how to answer the question. What decks? Same as always. Tarot, Shadow, Animals, and Angel. Same as always. It ain't gonna change for a while. There we go. That's okay, I'll do that later. I want to do about what? Just, you know, moving forward in life, how? About work from the animal deck, I got you. Alright, so your animal cards are Ant Perseverance. This is a message of patience. Whatever is going on right now, you cannot be so ambitious. By pacing yourself, the end result will be far more rewarding. Slow down, don't rush, work carefully, and learn to accept help from others. And Dragonfly Adaptability. The dragonfly is a symbol of light and change. It is reminding you to bring a bit more lightness and joy into your life in order to bring about the changes needed to reach your full potential. Approach things lightly. Well, there's your two on for work. And welcome in everyone. Can I like actually do that? Yes, I can actually. Give me a second, and I will get to that question. Well, the way to discern is to really feel. So, like, let's say you look at something. If it doesn't cause any sort of feeling, you really have to ask yourself, why did I receive no feeling from this thing? Everything is giving off that energy to create a feeling, whether that feeling is going to be based off of, you know, a rational point of view, which is like how it's going to be on the physical, or in that sense of the spiritual. So when you're seeing energy in that sense, you know, don't be afraid of tapping into it. It's that sense of knowing that you are going to be protected, that there is danger and stuff, but that fear that you have isn't the real part of it. As long as you know what you can handle, you will be fine at the end of the day. You know what I mean? So when you're seeing energy and you're not really sure, but, you know, again, like what it is, or knowing if it's, you know, good or bad for you and not in general, right? You need to really be in tune with that feeling space to know how things actually feel. If you don't like it, oh, this energy just seems ugly to me. Why? What about it's causing you that thought? Because behind that thought, behind that label, is a feeling in that sense. And I don't know what you're reading on, TP, so I can't really read what you're wanting. Yeah, I got you. No worries. But yeah, all energy is neutral at its state. Um, remembering that as well. Okay. Okay. That was fun. That was really fun. Or we should be back at least. Or we should be back at least. Should be back at least. But yeah, we'll get back to it. We're fine. So right now, TP, the first card that you have is the wheel reverse, which has a lot to do with Saturn. Let's get to the reversed wheel. So the reversed wheel is back to square one, regression, degrading, clumsiness, a hapless circumstance, bad luck, stagnation, unexpected setbacks, negative twists of events, downside of a cycle, running without moving, stuck in a rut, feeling out of rhythm, being in the wrong life track, and desire to relive the past. So we are going to have to get a clarifying card. It needs an advice card. So we are going to get an advice card. And that goes down to Lady Pinkerswick. Let me get that for you. Just otherworldliness, psychic ability, gentleness, artistic creativity, love of music, intuition, success for resolution of problems, and a good period lies ahead. So there's been a lot of things that may be holding you back within love or not feeling like you're getting love. It definitely has a lot to do with the way you're seeing things, not being as tapped into a situation as you would like to think, which is causing you to see things from a distorted viewpoint, making you go down a wrong path. We have grace, which is sun. So you could look at your sun sign, your Saturn sign within your chart, and kind of figure out what's causing this sort of backlash in that sense. Hold on. Let me get to it. Give me a second. I literally cannot find it to save me. Yeah, what the hell? It should be right there, but it's not. Unless I'm reading the numbers completely wrong, which I could be. Anyway, with grace, with it being the sun, it has a lot to do with giving yourself that extra vision, that extra sight. Not just jumping into things so quickly. And giving yourself a bit more release on that end, holding things with a bit of a lighter presence rather than having it on a heavy presence. I don't know where the page went. It's just not in the book. I, I'm literally flipping over the section where it would be in, and it's just not there. I don't know what about that is there. But with grace, just giving yourself a bit more of that vitality, seeing what you may be having a certain understanding about or certain understanding about that's not of the best benefit or one that holds you back needs to be seen at this time. I'm gonna put this deck up because if it's gonna be doing that stuff, I'm done. I'm done. But yeah, be very aware of that moving forward. But yeah, and if anyone else needs 2 cards or however, let me know. And Jennifer, if you're still in here wanting a reading, let me know. I can get yours as well. And General Shadow, I got you. Yeah, let me just get this one finished real quick. I'll get yours, Jennifer. I don't even have the first card out yet. So the first card we have for you, sent the Scapegoat. Okay, yeah, which is slander, false accusations, suppressed will, blaming others in a victim circumstance. Really see right now at where you feel powerless in. There's a lot of things that you may be feeling a bit of powerless in, feeling like you can't overcome a situation or being faced with an obstacle that you're not really moving forward through with. And then we have laziness, which is 59. Which means lack of energy, inability to learn, apathy, postponing duties, and negligence. Make sure that you're not putting things behind. That could be causing a bunch of stress with things. If you aren't feeling energized, really checking to see what you're wasting the energy on. Well, not really wasting, but spending it on, right? You know, if you're spending your energy on battling mental thoughts all day, you're not going to have the energy to get up and do things that you need to do within life. So seeing those areas where that's kind of being manifested in, as well as even having small thoughts of like, oh, well, if I do this, this isn't going to work. Just kind of overstand that and move forward. With that overarching knowing. And it's not to say that you know, if you're being lazy, you're being lazy. But this isn't to say that you are. You know what I mean? This is just trying to show you where you end up getting those thought forms of being lazy, and how they root is just by you knowing that you should be doing something that you don't have the energy for. And instead of beating yourself up over it, you can really use that pathway of thinking to break down those barriers and see like what actually kept you from doing what you need to do. Oh, I did this and I didn't want to do this because I was looking like this, or I already chose to do this one thing, and if I did the other thing, I wouldn't know where to start with it, or however, you know what I mean? So just being aware of that. But yeah, we can get your 2 card, Jennifer. What did you want it on? Just in general, or what? And we'll get you. But yeah, just see where you're just draining yourself at, and if you're thinking too much about a problem, the solution's a lot easier than you would think. It's about calming the mind and ceasing its chatter, so you can actually see what it's all covering up. Yeah, but what did you want your reading about? Like I know you wanted it from the tarot deck, but what did you want the reading about? Careers, goals, plans, got you. So Jennifer, your first card is the Ace of Swords. So right now, there's not really a crowning thought. If you've been thinking about, oh, I could do this, I could do this, or I could do that, or I need to do this about this. This isn't really a crowned thought. This thought isn't really fully strong. It's not fully developed. It's not holding anything righteous. It's being planned from other sources. So really see that. Really see what thoughts are kind of moving quickly due to a lack of like planning, because sometimes what a rational mind will do is, instead of being the protector that it's supposed to be and protect us from harm, it can also go around and protect us from following that destined path. So make sure, when thinking about a career and moving forward, that you're not just choosing options because they seem quicker, or thinking far ahead and having it solidified as it being, this is the only way it's going to come in that sense. You know what I mean? Like you played the role as the bricklayer, before walking down that path, right? We have the devil as well, and it's like, is some of these thoughts might be coming at you quickly, or thoughts aren't being worked on because of like limitations, you being bound to not feeling like you can do something, which is causing you to not do it, or to plan other things around it, or you not wanting to budge and not choose a different path, or choose a more convenient way of going about a situation, right? No matter what this is for the career, for the goals and plans, just really seeing what's attaching you to the other side of it. Is it something that's only gonna cause benefit for one part of you, or is it a part of you that's gonna get or is it gonna be both halves of you that are gonna get benefit from your plans moving forward? But definitely see what has you stuck. Is it like a confidence thing? Is it you not believing that you're able to move forward? Is it you making things overcomplicated? However this is definitely like a binding point that needs to be looked at. Instead of trying to run through this cobweb, take your time to pick it off of you and see what it's holding. Because things are maybe feeling rough, or mentally rough, or however, it's because of that disconnect within self. is coming from that attachment to a belief of being limited, knowing that you almost like have like a free stance to be at. General reading? Sure, from which deck? Jeanette, and I'll get you. Maybe personnel. Well, you need to decide, which deck. That's something that you pick. You just turned in. We got the tarot deck, the shadow deck, the animal deck, and the angel deck. What am I looking for here? Angel, I got you. So your first card, Jeanette, is the Eight of Raphael. There's something better waiting for you. Do what you know is right, a spiritual quest. And the Six of RAL, material needs get fulfilled in magical and unexpected ways, acts of kindness, giving or receiving with a grateful heart. So really follow your morals at this time. Follow that higher self. How would you truly handle a situation and then move forward in that sort of sense? And just know while moving on that path that things are going to be aligning in such a way and being created in a way to move you forward on whatever you're desiring. So really stay focused on that path. Stay very in tune with just how you operate, not worrying about how someone else is going to view you or someone else's opinion of you. That's their issue. That's what they wanted to create with you, and that's on them. Other than that, you just have to worry about how you're creating that relationship with self. So just be more focused on that aspect of you at this time, if things have been going in a weird direction of that sense. Just because you said it's been a rough 2 weeks, so. Well, it's been a real 2 weeks, not rough, excuse me. And yeah, you can, Pixie, I got you. What deck do you want from? The tarot deck, the shadow deck, angel deck, or animal deck? And I can get you one for a career. Where is it at? Guidance. Angel deck got you. Got you. Your angel cards are Justice, Archangel Reguel. Fight for justice and equality. Rulings be in your favor and don't give up. In New Beginnings, Archangel Jeremiel. Starting a new life, finding your purpose, or forgiving a compassionate review of the past. So really with a career, whether this is a new job that you're wanting to go into or a self-fulfilling career where you're working by yourself, there is a new start happening. Move forward in a way that you're desiring, whether this is like, you're wanting a raise for your job or however, move forward with the new steps that you're desiring with career at this time. Because it will be in a good benefit for you at this time. Have a presence to call on Archangel Raguel. I will say that much. So if you're having troubles with moving forward, or just finding a good balance, call upon Raguel in that sense. If you're going to get better opportunities, you can only get what you desire to go after. So if you're looking for better opportunities, you already have your answer, as in yes, you just need to go forth and get those opportunities. Do what you know is right for you. If that is right, if getting a new opportunity is right for you, then that's what you need to do. The message was given, you just weren't listening. You were expecting something, and that disconnected you from the answer that you were desiring. Because getting opportunities isn't something that you just, it's not as physical as you get. You get an opportunity to do things when the chance occurs, like you getting an opportunity for a job is seeing the job needing a position to be filled, and that's you going and seeing the opportunity, and that's you receiving a better opportunity. But will you actually receive it is the next question. It's already being deposited to you, but if you don't receive it and act upon it, it can't go much any further than that. You know what I mean? So that's where the 50-50 comes in with the divine. We move on the ticks of the time, they move on the talks. If we do one action, they do an action that corresponds to what we did, and so on and so forth. That's both legs walking. So, and keep your eye out for opportunities that you're desiring, and then move forward with them. But yeah, I got you, no worries. If you know what kind of job you're actually looking for, get it into like I don't know how you've been looking these things up, obviously, so I'm just suggesting things from a blind point of view at this point, right? But get specific with what you're desiring when it comes down with a job, and make it so it can be easily attracted to you. That's the word I'm looking for, is easily, not easier, or easierly isn't a word. I'm not gonna make it a word either. Just easily. My brain's going all over the place. Well, how are you in a mess if you didn't make it? You know what I mean? You wouldn't. You kind of have to understand in the perspective of life and how this realm works. Nothing can happen to you if you don't have a hand in it. That's the whole point of things happening for people and not to them, is because they're happening because you agreed, you walked into the space of an energy. Maybe you weren't prepared for what it was going to become, but that's nor fault or blame to put anywhere. That's just simply needing to learn, reading the realm differently, reading yourself differently, reading actions differently, trusting yourself more and walking a path that you need rather than a path that's desired for a betterment of another individual. Because we wouldn't be in anything if we didn't create it. In fact, we wouldn't even be here if we didn't create ourselves, which means that we've created the external events that's going on. We're digesting them that way, so we're creating them to be something. We're giving them life, a definition, something to grasp onto. You know? Because you can say someone did, yeah, but if someone didn't do this to me, I wouldn't be where I'm at. No, you would be somewhere else because you wouldn't have met that individual. You're trying to remove a parameter that would completely change the event that was happening. You know what I mean? Because just as much as the other person could have changed, there's also changes within the self that could have been made as well. So there's always going to be two hands in the pot. It just matters of like who's actually going to like keep their hand in the pot when mom comes around, or who's yanking their hand out and running upstairs. That's really the end game of it. You know what I mean? But yeah, let me get to your shadow pull. What are we pulling for? Just in general, or however. If you're faced with the problem, you're the reason. Because a problem is the outcome. When you have a problem with something, that's an outcome. Something needs to be solved. What's missing is the cause. The cause is you. There's a reaction within there's a reaction within the action that happened internally inside of you that then created you to make things some way. You know what I mean? That's why some people say, why are you trying to argue with me? And the other person says, I'm not arguing, because you're not doing that. Someone else's thoughts are that they're arguing because they're not used to the way either you conversate, they're not used to conversations in general. You know what I mean? So it's really all you. It really is. And that's like the first pill you have to swallow. The only single thing that exists is the problem that you have, and that problem stems from a lack of something. You know, whatever you want to just find that lack of thing is, it's just a lack of being disconnected from the divine mother and father. That's really the lack you're trying to fill in, is the nurturing, but yet also the protection. And being here in these training grounds, it's hard to find that balance. And it's only hard to find that balance because we're not taught to use ourselves properly. We're not taught how to use our brains. We're taught about them and what they can do, and we're taught that they can hold memory, and then we're force-fed a bunch of bullshit after that. So we're not taught how to use ourselves or how to operate, which is a huge issue because this is a systematic world, and if that we're in a systematic world, we're systematic bodies. Obviously, we have different systems in our body: the lymphatic system, digestive system, everything like that, the respiratory system, you know what I mean, the reproductive system. So if those are all systems inside of us, then what are we? We're made up of a bunch of other systems that then control us, while we're in a system that we end up controlling through our own actions. And it's just like a whole bunch of in and out of work at that point. When I'm doing well, I'm doing well. But it's super important to like just remember these things. Even if you can't live day by day with it, just remember it. The fact that you even heard any of this, even if you've known it or not, has already like changed your molecular system on a degree. Whether that's agreeable or disagreeable is not for me to assign or like describe, but and that's why it's important to share information and steer you in a more direct way of where you're going. You know, if things unalign with you, they're not for you. You're not supposed to be in that area, or at least as deep into the area as you should be. You know what I mean? Just learn how to swim. Just learn how to swim. That's really about it. Swimming is keeping up with the knowledge, keeping up with the wisdom, with the nurturing of the soul. But other than that, I don't really know. Oh, I don't need that popping up. But yeah, Jeanette, I can get you. I just need to know what you need to pull on for the shadow deck, and I can get it pulled for you. I can get you for that saint. No worries, no worries. Let me just go ahead and get both of these shuffled up and drawn out. So your first card is Hecate with Venus energy, which is patience, a guide through the labyrinths, freedom of emotional ties, attachments, resentments, and habits, preventing personal development, the right time to evaluate behaviors or actions, crossroads, dependence on the phases of the moon, dreaming, prophetic dreams, accumulation of wealth and status, fruitfulness, nurturing, synthesis, fertility, willingness to help others, grounded in the life process, the successful results of hard work. So there's just a lot of things shedding off, dealing with that feminine energy. It could, a lot of times when people have like what, how as you described, like rapid dark nights of the soul, that's really just one gigantic journey that you haven't quite made it out of yet. It's not that one dark night of the soul has ended and a new one's begun. It's just you're walking down a different path of that same journey, and that's really what you're doing in that shadow work, because you're not really jumping into, it's like digging a hole. You're digging down and then you start going off and branching off into different directions. That's really what you're doing with this shadow work in that sense. And with the dark night of the soul, that's really all you're doing is hitting your soul at a different angle. And when you go through these like rapid, oh, I'm on this thing and I'm on this other thing, it's because they're all rooted in with one issue, and that one main issue is what's being looked at this time. And it usually happens with big boundaries or blockages or however, because you're really needing to have it open to multiple angles. You need to see it from multiple angles to really like change it in that sense. But you have Archangel Jeremiel, new beginnings, end of delays, a change in direction that offers happiness. So regardless, this has a lot to do with changing like how you nurture yourself, how things nurture you, and what you allow to be a nurturing factor within yourself. Definitely evaluate more of what you desire at this time, so that you have a clear path to, like, a clearer path, I should say, to walk down when doing this shadow work. So kind of just see, like, what you've looked at now with this shadow work that you've gone through, and just see, like, this is what I want the end goal to look like, or this is where I want to be at a state at, and have a goal in that sense. Just to give that rational part of self, or that part that, like, delves down into things, like a goal to look at. And how do you get to the source of it? By really just allowing the shadow work to do its things. Instead of attaching the issue to the flesh, attach it to the spirit. You know, well, I don't like when so and so does this. No, you just don't like when someone does that with this type of attitude behind it. It doesn't matter if that individual does it or not. It's just you've attached yourself to that individual on a certain level. Like, I don't like it when, like, Jeff smacks me on the back of the head, but yet, like, Andrew can walk up behind you and knock the shit out of you and you wouldn't care, right? And it's just, it's because you have them set on different boundaries. Maybe you're closer with one of them than the other, however, right? But it's about removing that. You just don't like people you don't know doing that to you, or you don't like specific, people who come with you with certain, mannerisms or whatever, right? Removing it away from the flesh as much as possible is really getting to the root of it. And then you start getting to the points of it, seeing, I don't like feeling sad. I don't like feeling threatened. I don't like feeling under this. I don't like feeling blank. And then you figure out what makes you feel that way, which was everything you worked through to get to that point. But now you're going to see in a grander scale of, I don't like this action. I don't like this, like, specific particle of energy, which would be the reasoning for why you get bothered by it, which would just be, again, like that physical action. So just going down that wormhole and coming out the other side of seeing, like, how everything that creates that feeling is what that problem's rooted to. And even though those issues might be related to other issues as well, it's about, like, working through it there. So I don't like when people step on my shoes because it makes me upset, right? Or, and I don't want to spend time cleaning my shoes. That's two different, like, paths to go down. Well, I mean, a connotation is pessimistic in that, in the whole point of it, because it's a con. It's not adding anything to it that would be of a benefit in a positive sense. You know what I mean? It's not charging it. It's just labeling it as so. What were the two paths I mentioned? I just gave an example. That wasn't saying that those were your actual paths. But that was just an example that I gave. For you and for your path, whatever your situation is, whatever you're working through with your shadow work, you've already see your paths because you're already on them. It's just about getting down to the roots. So instead of paying attention to the people that were brought to you or the events that were brought to you while walking the path, it's that feelings point that you need to look at. You know what I mean? No, not really 0 point nexus. It's just seeing things as they truly are. You know, not being changed by anything, not changing anything. And just letting the events happen. That's the hardest part about it, but really, if the ego wants control, if it really desired control, it would learn to control itself. Well, no, you don't need to see all paths and outcomes. There's only uh, one outcome. Many paths, there's just one outcome. You know, that's the point of the eternity. Is you're walking down the path to solve a bunch of issues, but you're getting them down into a consolidated like area. Like the path of love. There's so many things that you can do that would involve love, but at the end of the day, you're earning for that feeling, which would be love, right? I would not eat 2 whole sticks of butter for 5 days. That's not that's not good for you. It's not good for you at all. I don't know where you heard that. I don't know the science. I want to know the science that backs it up. And I don't want to hear no, oh, I heard it somewhere. If they did not show you the exact benefits for it, I would advise not doing it. It's like, would you drink this mystery liquid? It would give you eternal life. Oh, who told you that? Oh, someone down the street did. I am not trusting that. So don't do that with the internet shit either. You know what I mean? Like, I'm not trying to like. Your shaman told you. What's the true benefit of it? Are they an actual shaman or are you getting scammed? I don't know any type of shaman that would recommend eating any butter in that fashion. They would do other things with that butter. They would not tell you to eat 2 whole sticks of it. And even then, there would have to be a science behind it that I would like to know. It'll do something to your stomach, I'll tell you that much. Yeah, people will do anything to avoid eating whole foods and exercising. Like, because, like, if we're going to talk about it, do you know how much sodium's in butter? Do you know how fucked up your digestive system will get by eating butter? And we're not talking about the stomach. I'm talking about the intestines and the colon. Like, it will do something the exact opposite of cleanse you. Um, if you start a creative project, but you think the people around you will fuck it up, remove them from your life. If they are keeping you from your dreams, remove them. Don't give them a reason. If you feel like they're gonna hold you back, you know, follow that feeling. They may be doing something. You never know. But don't go bizarre and like cut everyone off and then be like, well, there's no one around me. You know what I mean? But if you have weird feelings about people around you when you're trying to do things, take a step back and go ghost for a minute. Just see the reaction, see how things move. Yeah, you could do aloe vera. You could literally just eat a papaya. You could just eat a dragon fruit. You want to cleanse your digestive tract? Just eat a whole dragon fruit. You know what I mean? There's other ways of doing it. It's like, because listen, I don't care what anyone says. I really don't give a damn. I will question you. I don't care if it's your elder. I don't give a fuck. I want to know why. And if they say, "Boy, don't ask," because you don't fucking know. I'm not allowed to ask because you don't know the answer to the problem. So if you don't know the answer and I ask you, then why the fuck are you telling me to do it? I want to know. And if you can't explain to me, it's how it is. You know what I mean? Like, it don't matter about how it tastes. It matters about what it's gonna do to your body, brother. If you're eating for what things taste like, that's one thing. You know, you can keep doing that path. But if you're trying to take care of yourself, of course shit's not gonna taste the best. You've been programmed through fucking your parents and your parents' parents and their parents and XYZ to be coked up on sugary things and overly sensory uh, like over savory foods. Like they put a lot of like grease and shit on it and whatever to get the senses acting up. If the stomach is grumbling, we think that it's hungry when it's digesting. So we get that messed up too. Because we're unable to read our own body. It's the whole thing. Are you eating pork? That's the whole problem on its own. I'm a I'm gonna leave that one there though. I don't gotta talk about it too much about pork. Um, but yeah, I I don't know. I mean, you do you, but I'm just letting you know. If you're worried about negative energy and you eating pork, you got a whole other thing to worry about. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'm allergic to pork. Luckily, I just don't eat meat. But pork, I'm allergic to it. That shit has to stay away. I can't eat it at all. It's just it does not like me. I don't like it. I came with a disagreement with it. I don't care. I'm keeping it. I'm keeping that disagreement. Well, dark is not bad. So are you saying that you sense something bad there? Because darkness is just the unknown. If there's a sense of uncertainty or like unknown around you, that's a good sign. That truly is. That it gives you power to choose what you're desiring with how things go forward. So it all depends on like what you mean by the word dark in that sense and how you're defining it. Um, yeah, I don't eat pork, but I eat bacon. It'd be like that. Hmm. Well, what do you mean by the way that they should receive you? How do you expect yourself to be received? And then, because the way that you're wording this is like your conditions aren't being met, right? And your main concern isn't being met, which is causing you to think it's other people. how do you want to be received and then take steps into doing that? And if people are showing you backlash from that, it's because they're not meant for you, for who you actually are. Man, pigs, like, they used to feed dead bodies and shit, the pig. They still do. The mafia and them. They still fucking feed the pigs they bones and they flesh and shit. The missing people cases, they can't find no bones because they fucking in some pig's stomach. At some farm, dude. That's just how it is. They either use that shit to grow their crops or to put it in their fucking animals, dude. Yeah, and some people are like that too. I mean, I'm not gonna talk too much about it, but you'd be surprised that. I mean, look, even with hot dogs, they said there's a mysterious chance, like, what was it, a 0.03% chance of human flesh being in a hot dog or some shit, allegedly, which I'm not gonna, delve too deep into that about. But you'd be surprised how much, like, human flesh was with actually within the fooding industry. I'm not gonna go into too much detail, uh, unless needed. But you'd be surprised. We be eating bugs. We be eating mystery meat is the best way to call it. Man, there's human flesh and all sorts of stuff. Like chicken, like, damn, dude. Like, KFC literally uploaded a fucking commercial of, like, human sacrifice. Like, I don't know how much more obvious it can get for the corporations. Like, that's pretty, you know what I mean? They made a whole ass commercial. KFC did a whole commercial involving, like, human sacrifice, and they dipped a kid into a fucking grease pit, and he popped out uh as a fucking chicken leg, as a drumstick, and that shit was crazy. It's a thing. It's out there. Like, there's man, shit's gonna get crazy here soon. Just crazy. You guys, you can keep eating flesh, baby. That's ain't for me. I'm cool with I'm cool with eating my other stuff. That's the thing. No one knows what's coming. Everyone wants to, like, assume it's one thing. No one knows. We just know it's going to get crazier and crazier. That's just how the law of energy is. This event that's been happening has been happening for since the fucking dawn of time. We're basically just waiting for for someone to open their eyes, basically. You know, when you close your eyes and you hear people talking, or there's people talking outside, like, your room or something, and you hear it all muffled, that's basically what's going on with the event that's happening. And instead of you, like, getting up and immediately answering the door, or you immediately opening up your eyes, you're sitting there in contemplation. Should I go right now? Should I open my eyes right now? Should I get up and do that? That same thing that you do, the same, like, small procrastinations, is a weird effect that happens within events moving. So, like, if you can see the change in yourself, that's going to be a global thing. Not just global in the sense of, like, this earth, but global in the sense of, like, this world, right? You know, regardless, there's only been, like, one prophecy, um, which is the Seven Thunders prophecy. I think we're on, like, the fourth or fifth. I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken. And what do you recommend for an auric cleanse? Color therapy. 1000% color therapy. If you can experience and digest the color of your aura that needs to be repaired, then you will be good. If you don't know the color of whatever auric field you're wanting to work on and fix, focus on the chakra area that needs to be focused and increase color intake of that. Having root chakra issues, eat red fruits, eat red vegetables, eat red. Don't eat red 40, but eat red, right? When you're having throat chakra issues, eat blue things, drink blue things. If you don't put food dye in your shit, but put like parchment paper or drink out of certain colored glasses and stuff. You know what I mean? Is this Revelations? Well, Revelations, that's what you're asking. Is you just asked, is this being revealed? Yes, this is the energy of things being revealed. Revelations, though, it like I know what you mean talking about the book in the Bible, but that just means the events to come. The things that are still revealing or revealing. Right? But I can pull two for you, cause I know what you're talking about. But the books of the Bible are also include wordplay in that sense. Alright, so your angel cards are the Queen of Gabrielle, passion, charming, brilliant, independent. You can do anything right now, go after what you want, the ability to attract helpful people. And the Ace of RAL, it's your lucky day, new resources of money, time, or support, a change in job or promotion. So the trumpets could be a higher self-calling as well, just to be more attentive of things happening around you. There's a lot of changes, a lot of new things coming in. And if this is like a call to action, however you take that, be sure to state what you're desiring to take action on. Now we can see your stuff. I need a... word. Seraphim Rose? Maybe. Possibly. Maybe, possibly. That's exactly what I was looking for. Wow. Awesome. That makes everything like 5 times easier. Oh my god. Wait a minute. Oh shit, that's what's up. Okay. So this really is what I was looking for. That's what's up. Awesome. Why are you still stuck on the butter cleanse? That's been ages ago. What are you doing back there still? Yeah, see, that's the thing, Daniel. If people so worried, see, here's the thing. Everyone's so worried about the end of the world. Listen. Read the Bible, read the Quran, read the Torah, read the story. If you worried about revelations coming true, you are not working with the same God you think you're working with. The only beings on earth that would be scared of the return of God or Jesus is the literal fucking Antichrist. If you want to figure out who's on whose side, ask them, are you scared of revelations coming? If they go, yeah, I'm scared, because your bitch ass is gonna be one of the demons that's getting your ass handed to you for the next 200, like, until the next cycle hits. Have fun with that till the next moon cycle, which is like what, 16,000 every 16,000 years we enter a new cycle from sun to moon, and then every 24,000 years, God is reborn on Earth, something like that. If my brain's working the way it should be that. Well, the struggle of passions and the struggle of wondering if you're worthy comes from an external point of view. It was given to you. It's disposed onto you. Nothing that you receive is worthy of you, because you would receive it if it was. That means it's lesser than you. Doesn't mean it's greater than you. It just means it's lesser than you, or it's not a perfect fit for you in that sense. So really work with your sacral chakra and your solar plexus chakra, your throat chakra, being able to express yourself. Work with trusting your passions and knowing that what you put time and effort into will grow and bear fruit. Do it for the love and not for the response. If you don't love what you're doing, or you don't enjoy what you're doing, then it's not going to have a good outcome. It's going to be sloppy. It's going to be rushed. It's not going to have the integrity that's needed for it to, like, be stable and grow. So really focus on that aspect of self. What keeps you in fear? What judgments are you not wanting to face? And it's not that you're not wanting to face them, it's that you've already faced them internally because you have that thought of it. You just don't want to fight anyone else on the physical about it, because you've already gone to the depths of hell and back with yourself about that topic. And now that you know of all those possibilities of how it could end, you just don't want to end up dealing with someone on the physical who would take it to that point. You know what I mean? Y'all lay off the butter stuff. Why is going on with butter today? Everyone's talking about butter today, brother. Oh, biblical passions? Those aren't passions. Those are sins. Your 7 virtues would be your passions if you wanted to compare it to anything. So it's not the 7 deadly sins of being a passion. You'd be looking at the 7 virtues. You know what I mean? Because even in biblical text, it doesn't matter if you're a good person or not. It matters more of how you're truly operating, right? Because a good person can be seen as good from other people's eyes and bad by others. It's about how you're living your life. Are you following your moral compass? Are you following things that you want to represent, or are you feeling forced to kind of pressure in and do things for others due to circumstances or the way that you're standing around something or the way that things are moving around you? I mean, that's the thing though. You can be passionate about Christ and that not be hijacked by lust or anger within traditional Christianity. The word passionate in that sense that it's being used within that dictionary that we're pulling it from with traditional Christianity is used as a scapegoating term to keep you in an area of not feeling joyous, but keep you in an energy of feeling obedient and submissive, which you don't need to feel. God doesn't need you to be submissive. You already are submissive in that sense. You've already been submerged. You're already in. So there can't be any more submission. You're already under the will of how things are moving, under the will of God. However, there's no more submitting that you can do. It's just simply walking with it now. No, that's the thing. The fucking golden egg. Literally, I watched that entire thing and I was like, why the fuck are they pulling? Like, listen. And you know what's even more fucked up? I've been seeing nothing. I have been getting so many things about Abraxas recently. I got some things of Moloch. I've been getting a fuck ton of like Abraxas posts. Like I'll be scrolling through Facebook and then Abraxas will pop up somewhere. So I got the signs of something going on with Abraxas. I don't know. I gotta go talk to someone. And they're not gonna be in the physical. I'm talking to someone in the spirit about this shit. Right. I mean, that's the whole point of that tactic though, is to keep you feeling unworthy, to make you feel like you're not going to be seen as worthy of God. God didn't just put you here to watch you suffer. That's not what God does. That's a force that's betting against your will. That's making you suffer in that sense. So really pay attention to that. No, I'm okay. I don't want to talk to any shaman that you're talking to. I'm fine. I'm really okay with it. I'm not talking to anyone again in the flesh about this. I'm talking to spirit about this one. Ain't no flesh gonna be entangled up in this shit, except for my own. I'm good. I'm okay. Mm-hmm. And see, that's the thing, man. I'm not gonna. We could talk about it all day. I do want to talk about it. I'll find a way to talk about it. Well, I mean, life is the spiritual experience. The spiritual awakening that you have is just you becoming aware of the divine. It's not you being awoken to it. You're already awake as awake as you're going to be until you're dead, and then you're going to be fully wake. You're going to be waked at that point, right? Until then, you're going to be always becoming more conscious till you hit that point of overstanding that it was like a blip. But yeah, we can definitely email about it if you're down. I won't be talking about what I'm thinking about because it's completely different. Like I gotta go to the spirit about it. But if you're wanting to talk about the Abraxas thing, and in other ways we definitely can. Because it's like you had your first waking when you popped out your mother. That was your first waking. You died in the spirit to be born in flesh. You died once already. Your birth, your BERTH, which is your docking, because the dock pulls you out, is life. And then your second awakening is when you reopen your spiritual eyes and close your physical eyes. Right, yeah. That's how does people steal from another in spirit? That's the issue with the rational mind. You can't steal things in spirit as easy. People want to think it's like super easy. Like, oh, you can go around and steal things from people in spirit. You can't. The one thing you can't do is steal a spirit. You can ball it up. You can allow it to be closed in, but you can't steal someone else's spirit. You can make a mockery of it, which is diminishing it, which is really all you can do. But to steal it, no, it's not that simple. The English language doesn't use it very well, and people use the word steal because we work off of uh, phonics, and the word when something is stolen, it creates an effect on your brain that then makes you feel like it has more impact that I said stolen rather than bottled up, right? It makes it seem more of a threat. It's a tactic within the English language that's used to cause more fear or to create more energy influxes to keep you unstable and imbalanced. You know what I mean? Yeah. I seen the sigil. I just didn't. I just haven't had time to respond to emails recently. I mean, yeah, you don't know who you're talking to about the egregore, but I got you. You know, it's all good. I got that stuff under control. I hope you understand. What do you need help understanding about it? Like, what do you need help understanding? If a person thinks you got spiritual abundance, that's their thought form that they're dealing with. That has nothing to do with you and everything to do with them. The only part of you that wants you to resonate with it is the fact that someone's viewing you as something more than them, which is what the ego, the rational self wants, is to feel more important so it can have more of a reason to need more protection in that sense. You know what I mean? Because you'll never see yourself as who you truly desire to be, but other people will see you as you truly desire, who you truly desire, and who you truly are at that time. When someone sees more in you, it is a lack of them. It is some seeing lack in themselves. It's not digested properly due to poor mental health and an irregular diet. A lot of acidity within the stomach causes that type of reaction. But yeah, whenever someone has any thought form, it has nothing to do with you. Like you in the sense of you did not enforce their thinking to be way or to be that solidified. It was just an event that they ended up picking up on that they want to like make you responsible for, but you're not responsible for how someone sees. Like if you see the color blue, right, and I can't see what blue looks like, you can't hold I can't hold you responsible to tell me what blue looks like. I won't be able to see it, you know? And that's kind of how it is with people in these issues. They'll be colorblind. They won't be able to read their own colors, their own emotions, their own feelings in that state. So they might not receive it the way that you do, but you'll receive it like a higher grade of like, well, it's not my fault. You need to work on these things, you know. I can't help you work on those things, but I'm helping you enough to like notice them a bit. But people are so worried about being outshined, and it's the only reason they're being out. The only reason anyone would be outshined is because they're not shining outside their body. They're like keeping all that light inside of them, which is not what you're supposed to do. It's how you create supernovas and create explosions and all sorts of other stuff. No, you shouldn't. Not really. I used to, not anymore. If I need to match the frequency of something, I'll just embody myself in it, you know. If it's with an image, I'll look at an image and I'll just sit there and allow that image to come to me and speak to me. If it's with sound, I'll let the sound do it. If it's with video, I'll let the video do it, you know. It's all about how well you can tune into the station, you know. Doesn't matter what the station's doing or what's playing on a station, but if you can tune into it and focus on it, intently focus on it. Yeah, that usually happens. That competition energy is just is think of it as like a fissure in a sense. Like it's there to show you that there is an imbalance. There is something being created. There is an overarching energy. And instead of like acting on it so much physically, act on it on this in a spiritual sense. What can you do to distract your physical body, your physical mind from seeing it as like a an issue and seeing it more as just a part of you that's growing differently, you know? A lot of times we don't realize it, but when we outgrow people, the reason why they get upset is because we actually lose that part of ourselves. Not because it like fades away and it's gone forever, but it just transforms into a more solidified version of what it's supposed to be. And you won't be able to connect with people that same way anymore. And even though it's not something that's done in malicious or on purpose, you end up feeling it. The oh, you text differently, or whenever we hang out, it's just not the same. It's because you outgrew them, or they outgrew you. It's never about shrinking, unless you're purposely shrinking yourself by not following what you desire to do and doing what other people desire for you to do. But all in all, it's about just seeing it from that angle. Really, just allowing yourself to envelop yourself, and almost like why you would need that, like, you know what I mean? Because sometimes we create our own competition in that self. We'll be so focused on like, well, if things are working out, then someone has to be in competition. You know, not saying that you are. Some people think that way. Some people aren't used to having support. They're used to having conflict, so they stay within that survival mindset and kind of let that rule over top of them. Because no one can snuff out your light unless you allow it. You know what I mean? Because what people think snuffing out your light is, I'm going to use the lamp here as an example, right? So I turn out the lamp, right? That's someone snuffing the light. They think that when that light's off, that everything has to be done. Like you had to get a whole new lamp, a whole new bulb, and everything. That's not really the case. What there is there's two sides. There's the light, which is you in the middle, versus your physical output and someone else's physical output, right? And you can turn your light back on by just focusing. Ooh, almost knocked it over. By just focusing on yourself. Well, if you wanted someone to snuff your light, why do you hate yourself? That's my genuine rebuttal. Why do you hate yourself? If you want someone to snuff out your light, why do you hate yourself? Why would you want someone to purposefully keep you boxed up in an old version of you and purposely take you off of your soul's mission? You know what I mean? That's what you gotta ask yourself. Like, why do you need yourself to go through that pain? What part of you is struggling so much to learn a lesson that it can't learn it without it being seen as bad, or being seen as a sense of needing such a draining effect to be put on one's part? I mean, you can do what you want to do. You can do that if you want. I'm just not going to answer that question because I gave the best answer that I can. Like, unless you deem it good that someone wants you to be ruined, and here's the thing. You really have to ask yourself, are you letting someone shine your light out because of a revenge thing? Are you doing it to make someone look bad? Ask yourself those questions as well. Because it's rooting from something. And people only allow things to happen in their life that are good because they deem it to be. There's a whole other side of this that needs to be seen. Why would someone want to take away your powers? Well, that even depends on what you're talking about when it comes to powers. In that sense. But at the end of the day, the most, blunt answer for that is because they don't have that power. People want to say, oh no, people just do stuff like that because they already have all this other power. It's like, not really. They don't have power. If they're needing to take something from me, it's because they don't have it. So the only reason why anyone would be taking your power is because they don't have your power. Which means that you can defend yourself against the individual, because if they don't have what you have, how the fuck are they going to know how to take it? How the hell is a thief going to break into your house if they don't know that you have it, right? And you're going to have to ask that question in that sort of sense, you know what I mean? Because really, if we're really going to talk about it, no one can really steal things spiritually from you in a sense that you don't already still have it. Like, it's a part of you that will be repressed, or it will be, triggered by trauma and hidden, but it's still a part of you. It just needs that exercise needs to be built up upon more. Take your light away? Well, no one can take your light away either. Like, that's something that can't happen. Taking away your light would mean to take your, you. You're the light. Your internal is the darkness. Your external is the light. Light just allows you to see. For something to come to light means for something to be visible. So if someone's trying to take your visibility, that means they got rid of your physical flesh. You somewhere else. You know what I mean? That's a whole other thing. Because the light, people, I don't know. People like using different words for different things and definitions, and just the English language in a whole nutshell is very weird when it comes down to that stuff. Nick, honestly, no. I'm gonna be honest, no. Um, you want to really know why? Because if you're gonna talk about cults, a cult is an organization used to either spread or conceal knowledge. That is a cult. School is a cult. College is a cult. Your mentor programs are cults. They're not out to get you, but there are individuals who are on certain walks of life that do their own thing, as we all do, and they go and do that stuff, right? The cult isn't out to get you. There are first, you're out to get yourself first, number one. Um, you're gonna prank yourself till the day you die, and then on the day that you die, you're gonna have the biggest prank of ever. And then you're gonna be like, well, damn, none of this ever mattered, and it was not serious, but here I was attached to it. It's like, yeah, well, here you go back down there and do it again, right? And it as well, that's just a westernized way of being. Like, the westernized way of life is so fucked up because it always keeps your view outside. It's not bringing you in somewhere, it's bringing you out, in that sense. A lot of the focus is on scapegoating and seeing things from an external point of view. So you really have to like understand that these Europeans, because that's how they read. And I'm not trying to be mean, but they're just reading in a European way, and they're trying to break the curse that they're picking up on. They're actively feeding into, so they're not breaking no generational curse. They're keeping it alive. Um, it's bizarre. Welcome to reality, though. That's just how it is. But no, the whole cult thing, like, no. It's like Masons aren't satanic. There are Masons who are satanic, but Masonry is not satanic. Masonry is the act of building with bricks. It's building upon bricks. Yeah, like the Masonic ritual, dude. Bro, they just literally bring you into the basement or some shit. Like they walk you down the hall and they say that, oh, we fucking drove to a hidden location. They drove around the block 4 times in their fucking van and then walked you into the same lodge you walked to years ago or months ago, however long it took you to get the initiate. You know what I mean? Like, it's just depend on us. You have to swear by us because you can't see, but we can, and you have to for XYZ. Like, bitch, no, you don't. You can break a petition. You can break a contract. I don't care who. I don't care what the fuck contract you sign. You could sell your soul to the devil himself. You can get that shit back. Then that shit ain't his until you die. The fuck. You get half of it. Your whole soul. You can tell when their whole soul gone, but that take a minute. It ain't no instant thing. It take a minute. That's why people go deranged after a while. Yeah, in certain, yeah, exactly. See, Nick, exactly. Certain sects are not that way. I used to have a Satanist friend. I went down that path in like high school just to learn about stuff. Not all of it is about the praise of Satan. Some of it is. Some of it's not. Depends on what branch you're at. Regardless, it's about Baphomet mainly. And Shurikei, from what deck? But nah. The deck's same as always. The tarot deck, the shadow deck, the animal deck, and the angel deck. I mean, yeah, I can agree with that. Dude, Satanists know that that shit's real. They can't do a damn thing. They know that, they specifically know, Satanists do, that if you start praying, that they can't, like, actually interfere with you. I don't know who the hell Jesus Christ is, so probably not. Well, I probably would like who Jesus Christ is, but it all depends on the individual. I'll be real with it. I had to. I literally had to. I had to. It's listen. Man, I'm bringing up Caesar. Nah, see, that's the thing. You don't even need, like, when you're talking to people who don't believe, it's bizarre. It's like you're actually trying to, like, argue with them. But when you talk, no matter what walk of life anyone's on, if they have some form of overstanding of a higher force or God, it's literally like, I'm coming for blood tonight, dude. I'll get my 2 for 2 on that one. No, but I lost my train of thought. Let me get to your reading, K. I lost my entire track of mine. Golly. Yeah, having an open mind is super important. If, because it's like, it's funny because when you have an open mind, if you notice that you have a closed mind, you're still having an open mind in that regard. Because you're thinking enough about it to notice that it's closed. But yeah, here, let me get your reading for you, okay? So first is your 5 of Wands reverse. There's some form of activity that you were doing on the physical, some form of idea you might have even had that you ended up succumbing, even making lesser or changing up due to something on the physical. You fell succumb to the forces of Saturn. This might have just been because of stress or putting things off because of stress. However, there definitely needs to be an evaluation of what moved you to take a decision regarding physical matter in that sense. Yeah, with the Page of Pentacles even coming up, seeing what had you stuck in between the original and the changed plan, the changed idea that you've done. And see if it's really worthy for you to move forward in that sense. See what caused you to make this transition, because there's something where the battle was lost. You're not walking that same path anymore. You made a change. You didn't trust the direction that you were going in almost. And it's not saying that things are awful and gonna explode, but if things end up getting shaky, it's because of a change that the physical caused. Like, oh, I didn't have enough of this, or someone didn't agree with me on this, so I'm gonna do that. You know what I mean? So paying attention to that, moving forward in that energy. Yeah, exactly, Daniel. Too much of anything. Too much of anything is going to be a bad thing. It doesn't matter what it is. Too much of anything is too much, period. You know, it's over the amount. Yeah, I just listen. I just listen. I just want to know why the fuck you gotta eat butter, brother. That is not good for you. Well, we already feel the light. That's how we hear. We already did that step. We just trying to keep ourselves purified. We allowing that light to stay burning. It already been lit. I was reading that. It just like disappeared. What does this say? Oh, it probably says nothing important. Yeah, it was literally nothing important. I don't know why I looked at it. Oh, you're good. Exactly. That's just, that's why it's important to check your rational mind. Like, just see what makes you think that you can't do something. Because you can. It's there. You're just adding extra stuff to it. Like compound words and all that stuff. We just keep adding more and more things onto it to change it, to give an illusion. Um, that's kind of the rogue thing. A lot of people, and I've been thinking about this a lot recently too, especially with the egregore stuff. A lot of people think that the fall of Atlantis made magic like harder to have access to, and that's not it. But after the fall of Atlantis, like people started using magic a lot more. It became so accepted in society that it no longer became like a shock factor. We became numb to it, and this is why the world's kind of going back through this like spiritual awakening or whatever. It's not an awakening. We're just fucking opening our eyes again. We've already been waking this entire time. It's just more and more people are like done with the script that we were just fed. Like people are like, it's ending. Like the masks are over. Um but we've just gotten too used to using magic. That's why people fucking have spell casting now. You just have random people. I'm a spellcaster. I make random spells out of nothing. Well, congratulations. Everyone else can too on this earth at this time. It's no longer a special skill. It's one that needs to be met with and compromised within the self, of course, but it's not necessarily like new. Damn. Uh, do you want cards pulled on it, or do you want to hear something uh else that it could be? I can go either way because you know I know a little bit about it. That puts up Elizabeth. Welcome back. You rather hear the other thing? Okay, so that could have just been heavily. I need to charge my phone before it dies. No, but that seriously could have been a sign of energy harvesting or a sign of showing you the force at hand. Um, because if we're going to talk about how this realm is and how this realm's operated, uh, even on the sense of like the egregore, right? And the war of like light and dark and what have you, right? Once you break of this physical prison, you then end up realizing the source that you were fueling to keep you trapped on that physical plane. So what you could have been doing is seeing basically the battery that you're charging. You know what I mean? While doing a lot of looking into this egregore, I've been getting a lot more in detailed visions of it. Um, it's very interesting. But hold on, my brain just shut off and turned back on. I was thinking about something like my third eye is pulsating the fuck out of my head right now. It's about to explode or something. But we all create our own reality, and even though we don't have an exact, you know, life path that we're on, we're always flipping left and right and through things. We end up mix matching thoughts. So it's all one big conglomerate that we're feeding into, basically. And then you have different pods, different regimens for this belief system and its laws, and this belief system and its laws, and so on and so forth, right? And you remain as the centerpiece to like all these other like places. So that's something you might have been seeing is just whatever you were going through around that time of the dream to cause it to happen is a main source of things that keeps you either held back or something that you're afraid to unplug from, like matrix wise. So kind of look back at that time, that point in time, and seeing what that is. If you need, we can do a reading about it. You know what I mean? I don't get what you mean by that, doc. So I'm not really sure. I don't have beliefs, Elizabeth. Wrong person. You haven't talked to anyone that has a belief system, the same belief system as me, because I don't have a belief system. So don't try and lie and make me fit a criteria that you want me to fit, so that you can spread your narrative. That's not how this is gonna work over here, unfortunately. There are no short codes for self-control. That's so true. And that genie spitting facts. Holy shit, Bobby Joe. What is up? What is up? This is the first time you've joined without like deleting someone's message. You just popped up out of nowhere. You're sneaking around now. We got no warning, but welcome in, welcome in. Man, that's the thing. You already know that those genies. Oh shit. Oh, I thought you wanted the I thought you just wanted the explanation. I didn't see a message where you were saying you wanted the reading as well for it, but we can pull something on it. It seems bad for some reason, for that reason. We can talk about it. There's not I don't have the proper tools to do the readings that a lot of people want. Because if I'm going to do readings of that nature, I'm going to use the actual tools. All I can do with the cards is tell you aspects of self. That's all that's going to come from them. So no one can tell you those things from cards, unfortunately. And if they are, they're not reading tarot cards. They're not doing anything that involves the art of tarot at all. And they're doing something that's called divination, which is divining or communicating with the divine. It's different from tarot card readings. What are you talking about? Elizabeth, I think you're just brain dirtied. I'm gonna keep it a buck and real with you. You probably didn't do tarot. I'm gonna be honest with you. So there's like a 98% chance. I'm gonna keep it like 99% chance solid that you weren't reading tarot. And that being a witch, quote unquote, means being a healer. It was just demonized and turned into the word witch to create a reason for it to be demonized around the same time of the like major Roman Catholic era of life. And all their crusades and ravages that they went on. They needed reasons for all that. And having no morals has nothing to do with Jesus or God. Morals has to do with your own personal standards. So Jesus might have helped you see worth in yourself, but your morals were just very low. You know what I mean? What's the difference between tarot and divination? Tarot is a lifestyle. And tarot is a science that uses astronomy, astrology, numerology, geometry, symbolism, and a few other things. Hand gestures to give the story and to give the true meaning of life and all of life's secrets. That's what tarot cards do. And tarot is the application of the wisdom that's on those cards that people lived before the cards were even invented. Who am I reading right now? No one. I'm responding to questions. Hold on. No, you didn't. I'm gonna tell you right now, you did not do the same thing as me. Trust me. Trust me, trust me, trust me. You didn't. You don't know me. You can't compare yourself to me. That's why I'm going to directly say that no, you're not. Because you were most likely doing what 98% of everyone else on this platform does, which is not reading tarot. So instead of blaming a craft for being demonic, overstand that it was your own lack of intelligence on what subject you were doing that caused you to misinterpret spirits that are coming towards you, or creating havoc in your life due to your own programming and your own stronghold of needing to believe in a higher source or power to guide you through life. No, you didn't. So if you did everything that I did, if you're doing what I'm doing, describe to me what I'm doing. I just want to see if you know. I just want to see if you know. I'll entertain you a little bit, because if you truly are were doing the exact thing that I'm doing, what am I doing? You should be able to explain that in full. If you can't, don't lie or exaggerate, because God's watching. And God don't want no liar. God don't want no liar. I'll get to your reading right now here, Nick. That got nothing to do with my question that I asked you. We ain't on the same page. It's okay. I need you to respond to my question. All right, we gotta keep it real. Okay, I'm gonna hold you to it. But Nick, your first card is Abracadabra. I speak it, therefore it is, which is physical and mental healing, health, a specialist in knowledge and skill, learning, and confusion. All in all, again, like I said, showing you what was attached to you and things of that nature shows that physical and mental healing. But as well as to show you a bit more of like what's going on within the realm. A lot of times we get these weird dreams to just kind of know what's happening in the realm around us, or to even know not well where we came from in that point of time, but as well as how we actually move forward from problems, or like what we're doing here on earth to even like disconnect from, or things of that nature, right? We have the magic wand, which is energy, master, inspiration, craftsmanship, putting ambition to action, diligence, a forward-looking personality. So again, this is definitely to spark an idea. Maybe you're here to break that whatever you've seen. Maybe you have to interact with it more, do meditations, really talk about it. But for some reason, my eyes darted to Egyptian and then Zen Buddhist. So it could have something to do with either of those deities or ways of life, even if need be saying it like that. I'm gonna get my bone set here soon. We always be jumping timelines. I mean, Elizabeth, you still never answered my question. So, I mean, I don't know what to tell you. How am I? I'm good. I mean, Elizabeth, still, you never answered my question. It was a very simple question. I just wanted it answered. Okay. So you think so? So let me just, because I hope we're on the right page. Because if we are, I'm very confused. You said you were doing what I was doing, right? And then you say that I'm manipulating a spirit. What spirit am I manipulating? And how am I manipulating a spirit? You know what I mean? How do I, a physical being, manipulate a spirit without already have being manipulated by a spirit beforehand? You know what I mean? Because I'm going to get down to the point of it. Because if you think I'm manipulating a spirit, you don't know what I'm doing. And you're just going off what you were doing and what you needed to do with your life and not what everyone else needs to do with theirs. You said the spirit. Which spirit are you talking about? The is the same thing as saying a. It adds specificity to it. So what spirit is this spirit or the spirit? Okay, so how do I not know what the spiritual realm is, and how am I accessing it illegally, and how do you know it's illegal to access it? How do we know that you're just not permitted to explore those realms in the spiritual realm because you're prohibited from it? Just because you can't do something doesn't mean other people can't. This might just be a you issue where you can't do those things and you're not supposed to. So instead of pushing that will on other people like it says to do in the Bible, you go around and try and damn other people and persuade them to join your side when that has nothing to do with anything that God and or Jesus would want. So it's like, you know what I mean? What did the Bible say? You tell me. You're the one preaching, telling me about God and Jesus. You tell me about the Bible. You should know where it says that. You've read it before, right? I'm just making sure. I want to know I want to know where it's happening. I want to know if you're educated or not within the realm of what you're trying to speak to me about. Because I'm a minister. I know my stuff. Right? I'm licensed when it comes down to it. So I know my stuff. I just want to make sure you know your stuff. Yeah, the Bible says not to push things on people. Let me go find you the exact verse, right? We're using King James, we're using which one are we using? Which one of the 1,000 versions? Yeah, you're not doing what the Bible says. The Bible does not want you to condemn other people for their way of life. Judge not, lest ye be judged. Everything of that. You know what I mean? Let me go find that one then for you. So we have Matthew 1 through 3. You can do that. You can talk about it in that sense. If you really want to. You can take it to 1 through 6 even, instead of leaving it at 1 through 3 on the King James Version. You know what I mean? Like, you should also be able to go through the Bible and find these things. In fact, if you've even read the Bible, you know what I mean? I shouldn't have to be teaching you about the Bible if you're going to come to me and preach to me about Jesus and stuff. You know what I mean? Like, that's where you fall flat as a Christian. And Jesus even gave us a warning about people. Even if you're not Christian, you're still coming in the name of Christ, or you're still arriving with the name of Christ on your tongue, right? In the name of the name. Yet, these people who come in my name will not have my light, and I will turn my head from them. Let me find that. Let me find that exact one for you too. Matthew 24:5. Where's that at? Matthew 24:5. For many shall come in my name, saying, I am Christ. And that Christ will be the deceiver. Y'all gotta quit coming to people and trying to rub your God down people's throats, brother. If you don't even know your own God, like, know yourself, please. No one's saying you're God. What walk of life are you? Christian, 7-day Adventist? What branch are you? What version of Christ's teachings are you here to teach? Is what I'm asking. Because when we get down to the bottom of that, then we can see if you're actually following what Jesus said of how to get to God really is, or if you're not on the right path. And we can figure that out. Because these are all verses in your book. And I'm getting it from the King James Version. So that you know. No, I mean, well, here's the thing. What does the word Christian have in it? No one said anything about Job 7:24. I don't know who the hell said anything about Job 7:24. You just hearing shit. I don't know who said that. You might got see how I don't know what that's about. No one said Job. No one was talking about Job. To my knowledge, at least. And Christian has the word Christ in it. He's not talking about people going around saying that they're God. Well, he was, but he was also talking about the label of Christian. Jesus does not like religion. Jesus was against religion. The fact that you're following a religion and having a false idol and praising statues goes against his book completely. You're not saved. You're suffering, and you've just agreed to suffer by falling for an illusion, which goes against what your book teaches. Bro literally fucked up a tabernacle, flipped that shit upside down and said, fuck this place. Hell no, and walked out. He looked at some homeless chick and said, I don't fucking know you. I'll feed the dogs before I even feed your bitch ass, and walked on. Y'all aren't ready. Because you put it there. No one said Job 7. No one talked about Job. Ain't no one mentioned a damn thing about Job. You just pulled that shit out your ass. I don't know what you're talking about. I don't know. I don't know where that Job is. I don't know where it came from. Bro, Jesus didn't give a fuck. Jesus was OG. Like dead ass. He did not care. He didn't give he was for the Egyptians. He wanted the Egyptians to go get their shit done and move forward. Jesus or Yeshua. Similar conversation for another day. We're not gonna swim that far out just yet. We gotta take it by steps. We gotta take it by steps. I gotta know how well someone can swim before I throw them out that biscuit. Cause then you start getting down the I'm not Hebrew. I don't follow the Hebrewic language. Well, no, you do because it's in the Bible. You know, it goes on all these other things and just like it's technically Yeshua if we're gonna really talk about it. Because J was not fucking a letter until 400 years ago. I'm holding tight onto that too. So, damn, what I say is dumb. That's unfortunate. You should probably leave. If you think what I'm saying is dumb, what the fuck are you listening to then? Because you're the one digesting it. That ain't me. It's literally Jesus. Do you know the story of Zeus and how he came to be? And how Saturn was about to fucking bite that man's head off? And his mother was like, no, get this rock instead. Eat this rock. Eat this fucking rock that I put in my baby's fucking clothes so you would eat it, you fucking hog. And then Saturn ate the rock and it became the Philosopher's Stone. And then fucking Zeus got sent to a cave where a wizard lived and he was raised by that wizard. And now we have Zeus. That's a quick rundown of the story of Zeus. You should read about it though. It's a very intriguing story. It goes into Merlin and who Merlin was and all that stuff. Uh, Technically, from my studies, that's what I'm getting the gist of. I'm not gonna lie to you, Saint. That's what I'm getting the gist of, cause I'm pretty sure he was sent to Merlin's cave. I'm pretty sure that was the old wizard that raised Zeus. If I'm putting the stuff together right, I don't know if I fully am or not. Because there's, you know, how it is with researching stuff. But from the people that I've asked, it's been alluded to. Because the people I ask, I don't get told direct answers. I get illusions. I get alluded on, right? Because I have to walk down the path, and I'm a searcher of light. I'm gonna fucking find it. But yeah, it is. Okay. I thought it was. I was pretty damn certain that it was Merlin that raised Zeus. Which is why Zeus became kind of abusive in his later years. Not partially because Saturn's his fucking dad. So I mean, do you expect anything less? Bro was Bro wanted to eat time. You know, I mean, I'm so hungry I could eat time. Shut the fuck up. Like, there ain't no reason that you trying to eat time. You gonna eat. You gonna sit there and eat for the rest of your for your damn eternity. This shit ain't gonna end. You're gonna be eating for eternity. You ain't gonna have a breaking moment. What the hell is he thinking? You know what I mean? How? What the fuck is Saturn doing? Like really? Like I get it, the Devourer and all sort and whatever, but really, He had so much anger in him. He was like, I'm gonna eat everything. I'm gonna eat that child. I'm gonna eat time itself. I'm gonna eat space. I'm gonna eat things that don't even exist yet. Like, bitch, like you gotta chill out. Yeah, a lot of that correlates from that saint. That's the whole, like, the cracker and juice, partaking of the flesh and the blood. You don't need to be a cannibal to praise God. Please stop. Okay, that's necromancy. Can we not do that? Y'all be complaining about necromancy, be eating crackers and drinking grape juice. I'm sorry, okay? It's handed to you on a fucking silver plate. And it's like, no, it's not even, it's a golden plate, excuse me. My bad, it's a golden plate. And they say, you want the flesh and the blood? Yeah, sure. The hell is wrong with y'all? Nothing's wrong. Really pretty free. I have got no issues. But let's talk about it, because, like, what? You're. Man. But now I'm the bad guy for mentioning it, right? Don't let, I'm the awful person for putting two and two together. Oh my god. So you expect someone to sacrifice their life to make yours better? No, thank you. I'm okay. Man, I was baptized at a young age, and it just didn't click with me. Like, after I got baptized, I literally separated myself from religion. I went to go study it more, and it was just like, this shit is not what I thought it was. Like, this is literally just teaching me about morals that I already have, or morals that I were already working with. Sin makes you birdie. Sin, as in like a sign, as in cosine, as in a sine wave, yeah. Sine life will make you dirty. But dirty in what sense? What's only dirty to you, you deem as wrong. So what's the first thing? Is sensing that something's dirty or seeing it as wrong? You seeing something as wrong doesn't mean it's dirty. Something could be clean, you just don't like the look of it. What have I done? Speaking truth. It's what I've done. Like, I'm really trying. I don't know what's going on ever, because things are happening at such a rapid pace that you can't really pinpoint it. You just gotta exist in it and be like, I know what's gonna happen next. So I'm gonna create it. Um, but sometimes the creator will just disassociate and create and watch. God's law is man's law from centuries ago. No. God's operated by God's own laws. Every dimension has its set of limitations and progressions that it has. You know what I mean? We're not governed under the same laws as God, but the laws that govern God are broken down um, as laws for us. In a weird sense. So, like, it's like you send someone to the store to get jam, and there's blueberry jam, strawberry jam. Those different flavors are your different laws, and it's under one law, which is the law of life, whatever you want to label that as. Don't tell him that, Bobby. To stop. Don't be telling them that their God likes fucking child sacrifice. Stop. I mean, coming from a God that literally fucking said, if you don't do this, I'm gonna kill you. Like at that to it, like basically everyone. Like if you don't do it, I guess you're just gonna have to fucking die. Like what the hell? Okay, fine. I'll guess I'll do it so I don't fucking die. The fuck, man. Don't be telling them that. They'll be going crazy. I do not worship killing children. That is the devil's work, honey. Why the fuck Joseph gotta walk? Why the hell people gotta walk all these like big ass walks of life? Like go kill your son. Hey, your brother getting more love from God than you, killed his ass. Hell no. What the fuck is wrong with y'all? Talking about everyone's dying all the time in your books. Ain't nothing about life. It's the book of death. Everyone's dying. They got plagues and floods and shit. What the fuck? Oh my god. No, I get it, Bobby. I'm too nice to. Man, I am too nice to. I really am, Toasty. I ain't got. Listen, I really just don't give a fuck. Stirring up mobs? What mob? I ain't seen no damn mob. I ain't seeing no damn mob. Where the mob at? I don't see one. What the fuck? This chat? Man, this chat has a bunch of walks of life in it. I don't think you get where you're at. Ain't no one mobbing. Half the people in this chat are having their own conversations with people, and like, what the hell? Hey, welcome in, Queen. Welcome in. This chat need healing. Man, we all need healing. Let me tell you. Hold on. I got you, Kay. No, dude. Fuck. Don't even get me started about chaos. No, we are just vibing. This is literally just vibing. This is nothing bad. We just chilling. You know what I mean? You want to help me, child? I never asked you to help me. I don't mean child as in lesser one. I mean child as in learner. I didn't ask you to help me. You need to help yourself to figure out why you want to help me. You know what I mean? Like, what do you deem that I need help with that you wouldn't need help with yourself? You know what I mean? Like, you wouldn't see something as needing help if it wasn't wrong inside of you. So why is it wrong inside of you? And fix that. Don't project that internal disgust or a disagreement on someone else. Understand that it's the point of your view and how you're digesting it, and let that just be as it is, and move on. Because there are things that people say that I don't agree with all the time, and it's just how it is. I let them have that disagreement because that's what keeps this world running. Yeah, the true workers are very few, Elizabeth. Yes, they are. What you're doing is counterintuitive. It's counteractive. It doesn't help anyone. Um, I'm gonna be real with you. Like, what you're doing is nothing. Really, at the end of the day, I get the purpose of trying to spread awareness of a source that has helped you, but that's not gonna help someone else. That's gonna help you express yourself even more, to have more faith in what you have faith in. But for other people who are looking for other walks of life that have tried that one before and it hasn't worked, it's just not like helpful in that sense. Man, yeah. Okay. So where? Where is he coming back, Elizabeth? And here's the thing, Elizabeth. Let me break it down for you. You do need cards. You do need chakra healings. Unfortunately, there's part of you that still needs it because you wouldn't be in here in any form, way, or fashion if you didn't need it. You know what I mean? So you really kind of have to like understand that. How do I claim to be a healer? Because I've healed. I know the process of what it is to heal. Who says that the card's saving me? No one. See, this is the thing. And you're not seeing it happen because you think you know who I am and you think that you have this overarching ideal of what's happening and you don't. Um no one, to my knowledge at least, and the way that I understand tarot cards and the way that I speak about tarot cards is I make it very obvious that the cards don't save you. I don't use the cards as healing. I don't I have to draw I'm not going to say that out loud. I just have to think of a better way to explain this. I'm an alchemist. How a card gonna compute? See, this is the thing, Elizabeth. This is what you were doing with the cards. I I don't I don't do that with the cards. So again, you're giving how you use the things and your understanding of those things and your imperfection with those practices. Not mine. We're on two different playing fields here. You need Jesus still. I don't need Jesus as much as you do. We have different relationships with the man. Or however, whatever you want to say with it. It doesn't matter. At the end of the day, you need him. You need Jesus, Yeshua, whomever you're going to label, right? As a source of liberation and freedom. No. Not everyone needs Jesus. Not everyone needs Christianity. Not everyone needs that lifestyle. Because let me tell you something. If everyone needed Jesus, don't you think that everyone would already be going towards Jesus? Or do you think that it would be the way it is now? We as humans who are operating on survival mode go after our needs at the end of the day. And our main need that we believe we need is money at this time, which is why we're going so heavily towards money. It has less to do with everyone needing Jesus and everyone just needing to find who they are again. You know what I mean? Because your Jesus is many other names and many other religions and many other paths of life. So it's not. What are you talking about? Y'all are just coming in with some weird shit. I'm gonna get rid of you because I'm not gonna argue with the whole Jesus is God bullshit. That's you can't do that. Okay, which Jesus? I'll talk to you about that one. There's 4 Jesus in the Bible. Do you know about that? And if not, then we're not talking about Jesus because you're probably worshiping Lucifer, and I'm not gonna have a conversation with people on that degree. I'm gonna just cut to the chase. Which Jesus are you talking about? And I'll let you know. I'll let you know. Bro, it ain't just the morning star. It breaks it all the way down to if they call him this man God. or however. One Jesus? No, there's four. There's four Jesus. In fact, two of the Jesus are mentioned in the same name, just in different locations. One of them is Sophia's brother. If you read the Bible, you would know that. There's also the Jesus, the morning star. And then there's the Jesus that people say is God, which is a fucking demon. But, you know, which Jesus? Give me the real one. I can't. I literally cannot be like asked or bothered. Mm-hmm. Not the horse medicine. Yeah, that's what happens a lot. I just want to break that spell off people. Because it's like, the issue is genuinely not religion. It's this weird, like, ego that gets built off of these things. You know what I mean? Because it's like, there's nothing wrong with people walking their way of life. I, I just test my spirits. And if I don't know something, I'm going to fucking figure it out. I have to. But it's about testing your spirits, you know? You have to. No, there's multiple Jesus in the Bible. What exactly is an ego? The ego is the I, it's the self. It is you at your core value, everything you are. That's your ego. Um, Now, being egotistical means that you're operating out of the ego. What spectrum are you operating off of? A higher dimensional ego, which is where your snobbery can come out, where you feel greater than others. You know, that's what people deem as egotistical, or in your lower egoic state of mind where you're over pessimistic and everything's beating you down and you feel like you're unworthy of things, right? And feeling extremely selfless in essence, right? That's what you're dealing with when you're messing with ego, is those two poles of that one self. What's Jesus? Jesus that made the new blood. Okay, are you ready to hear that Jesus is the Antichrist? Are you ready to hear that the Jesus that promises that they're going to create better is the Antichrist? Because it's doing one thing that Jesus would not do. Jesus did not give a fuck about the flesh. He struggled with flesh. And we went back to spirit. He done with the flesh. He was part man, part God. And he did not like the flesh temptation. When you do things to change things for the betterment of the people, of the flesh, that's an externalization. That's shifting the focus away from what's really going on. Leading the sheep away. I don't have sheep. I don't want sheep. Fuck your sheep. What do sheeps do? What are sheeps represented by on this plane? Sleeping. You count sheeps. I don't want sheeps. I'm looking for my lambs, and we're leaving. We're not sacrificing our lambs for sheep. We're leaving somewhere. Where are we going? I don't fucking know yet. Away from this bullshit. First off, wherever God fucking places us is where we're gonna go. I don't want sheep. I don't want brain dirtied people who just go around and don't think about their actions. I don't want goats either. Fuck, keep goats away. We don't want goats. We're fine. I want my lambs, my innocence, and we're going somewhere else. You know what I mean? Nah, you think it? See, nah, that's just the thing. This is why we can't have that connection, Elizabeth. We're not on the. We're too separate when it comes down to the to the lingo, to the language that we're speaking of. God will take back Jesus, those who have died believing in him. So God's going to take Jesus away from those who died believing in him, is what you've just written down. God will take back Jesus, those who have died believing in him. God's literally saying, okay, you're dead. He's mine now. You just wrote that, by the way. I'm not playing a mind game. I'm not trying to shit on you. There's a comma somewhere in there. And that comma is there for a reason, to show you that that's a totally different sentence. They left something out. That comma is there as a placeholder. I'm just telling you what the hell is on that paper, bro, which you written down. There's a comma somewhere in that. It's not that straightforward. Give me the Bible verse for that. Let me proof check that one for you. What's the Bible verse you're quoting? I'll give it to you. He's coming back, so we be raptured to him? I don't want to be raptured to anyone. Let me just... You know what I mean? I'm good. Like, I mean, I know what it means. It's just talking about dying. But the term raptured, I'd have to break it down. There's something about it. How do they know? How do they know that Jesus walked out if they were all asleep? You know, like, I don't know. I'm not gonna get into it. I'm fine. I'm not gonna ask that question. I'm not gonna go into the resurrection type of stuff. Well, you shouldn't be doing Jewish culture. They ain't cooking nothing. There ain't nothing being cooked in here. Trust me. Yeah, how the hell was the tomb empty if they were guarding it? How the hell he get out and the rock just open if they guarding that shit? Maybe he ain't guarding nothing. Yeah, he rose from the dead. That means he woke up and then ascended to the heavens. How the hell you gonna get to the heavens with something blocking your head? And you say he traveled in spirit? Guess what we're doing on earth? We're moving in spirit. Man got up and walked out that tomb, and those guards didn't see a damn thing is what happened, because they were clonked out asleep or on drugs or some Roman bullshit. And they said, I don't know, he just fucking got up and left. Hold up. Jesus literally, like, he was just, the guards were asleep. You can find it. I just had to double check. The guards were asleep. You don't even know your book. How the hell are you going to talk about Jesus, not know that there's 4 of them in the book, and then not even know that the guards were asleep in the book? Because you said any version's fine. And I'm just going off of the one that is the most popular, which is the King James Version. So... Man, none of them read the book. If any of them read the book, they grasp it a little bit more. But at the end of the day, they're being read the book. They don't have a chance to read it. They have a chance to read it from how another man's perspective is, or how another living organism's perspective is, rather than their own. No, you haven't. Because you would have damn for sure known that there were 2 Jesus, because it literally talks about Sophia's brother being Jesus in the Bible. And that's a different Jesus. It talks about it. There was a Jesus before Jesus was born. The Jesus born by Gabriel and Mary. There was a Jesus born before his time. And there is a Jesus born after his time. How the hell are you gonna tell me to pull it up if you haven't even read the damn Bible? Go read the Bible. God dang, I'll pull it up, but go read the fucking Bible. You don't be coming up into people's chats and preaching about shit that you don't know nothing about, okay? You're doing the devil's work. If you're concerned about doing God's work or the devil's, you're doing the devil's. I'm just gonna keep it a buck with you, because it's like, what the fuck? How the fuck do you not know? It's in it. It literally talks like about another Jesus in there. Hold up, let me get this shit for you. Go to John 1. John 1, 1 through 4. Talks about Jesus before Jesus. There's also the Jesus that is the morning star, which is Lucifer. And he is the ruler and the creator of earth, not of earth and heaven. When you're talking about earth and heaven, you're talking about the 2 gods that made both heaven and then the one that was sent down to earth and ruled earth. These are they're in the Bible. You have to read it. Don't skim over it. Don't get sucked into its weird illusion by not understanding words. Dude, you didn't read the entire thing. You didn't listen. Why am I so intense? Because these are points that need to be talked about head on. If you can't handle the heat, get out the kitchen. Simple as. I talk direct over here. If you can't handle direct conversation, I'm not the person for you. I just named off 2 Jesus for you, not even counting the one that was born from Gabriel and Mary. So that's your 3 Jesus right there. And your 4th one is Sophia's brother. I've given you all the information. I've given you the key points to look up and do your research. You know. Joseph did not have sex with Mary. The hell are you talking about? What in the fuck is going on? Joseph never laid a fucking hand on Mary. She's a virgin. Are you okay? You didn't read a damn lick a thing of... You didn't read the damn bit of the Bible. You didn't read a fucking thing from the Bible. You were just pulling shit out your ass. And you just hoping that it sticks to something. I don't know what the hell. Joseph didn't do a damn fuck. Joseph was like, Mary cheated on me with the fucking man next door because I didn't do nothing to her. I don't know who the hell you are. I don't know, like, why you have to involve your husband with me. That sounds like a problem between you and yourself that you got to work through. I don't even know. How do you know? What the hell going on? How do you know that Mary is a virgin, but then you say Joseph was the one that carried Jesus? Joseph didn't do a damn thing. Joseph was depressed and confused and angry. Like, for for a huge chunk of the time. Like, how the hell are you having a baby? I don't know. God said so. Who the fuck is God? I don't know. An angel came by named Gabriel and spoke life into Mary. And speaking life into someone, now she's pregnant. Okay. It was Gabriel. God said, go fuck her. You hear about the seraphims mingling with the humans to create half angels, half people? What do you think was going on around that time? That shit was not as new as you thought. The Old Testament is a summary of what is it called? When it gave context clues basically to what was happening current time. You know what I mean? No, you meant it, Elizabeth. I don't care. If you didn't mean it, you wouldn't have said it. Nah, Gabriel is a child. I mean, is the father of Jesus. Excuse me. Yeah, originally it was a Set and Osiris. I mean, we're not even going to talk about that right now, Hidden. We have to lay a foundation so this person knows that Adam was fucking animals in Genesis before they made Mary. Before we can move on, we don't have to talk about that. That's just something funny to talk about. But we have to like we have to lay foundation for something to like delve deeper into before we start talking about that stuff. No, what do you think they meant by giving every animal a name? I'm not saying that Adam was fucking the animals, but how come God just realized all of a sudden, you know, Adam, you've been naming the animals and you still don't have anyone to like produce with. He was fucking those animals and nothing was working, so the gods or the aliens that fucking made Adam was like, what the hell? Man, he did it to all those things and it didn't work. We'll fucking make another one of him. And take his genes and his ribosomes and his fucking chromosomes and split those shits up and create a new version of him that can like reproduce. And then that's what happened. Like, I don't think y'all get it. Genesis is a petri dish. It's literally talking about, okay, so we made all these fucking animals and stuff, and we have this dweeb in a corner. Let's go make them a wife or something. And then they go make them that wife. Like, oh, let's go make them eat from a tree. Let's not allow this man to eat from a tree, but it's allow this woman to do whatever the fuck she wants. And then Adam got mad, and Adam did his own thing. It's in the Bible. It says Adam. It said, man, go read Genesis. Go read the very first book in the Bible. That's not the true story of Genesis. No, it is. It says it in there. Who is Yesod and how did they correlate with the Bibel? I can't tell you. That is a question I don't have an answer to yet. You got me. You win. I don't know what you win, but you win something. You say good night. No, they don't want you to read the Bible like that. They don't want you to see what's going on. I'm a fake. I'm a fraud now. Literally, Saint busted it. I don't know nothing. Everything I've set up to this point can now be discredited. A Saint has pulled one up on me. And I have lost my position. Anyone who needs help with anything moving forward, go talk to Saint about it. They know more than me. I give up. I'm retiring. I've been made a fool. I've been embarrassed online. I'm over it. I can't move on anymore. Nah, I'll research it though. I do gotta research it. The funniest thing is, I work with the angels, but I know the very least about things that are Kabbalist. So, I'm not too hip with it. But I work with the angels all the time, and I use Hebrew all the time. So that's something I definitely need to be looking into for sure. It just hasn't happened yet. Yeah, see, that's good though. That's why we're asking these questions. If I don't know about it, someone else might. You know what I mean? And it gives us something to talk about as well. Spitball ideas back and forth with. Oh yeah, I work with the 7 archangels. I work with the 72 Kabbalists. I work with the 9 omnipotent angels and the 84 spirits of genius off the top of my head. but I've worked with them all. I've worked with angels. I don't even know their names yet. I barely even know their frequency. Um, and every time I think about this one angel, he pops up so hard. Ah ah ah! Eve was not the first one. Lilith was, and Lilith got fucking shit on because she didn't want to submit to Adam. And she was like, "Look, we are made equal. I'm not gonna submit to you." And he was like, "Well, yeah, well, fuck you." God, she's being mean to me. I don't like her. Give me someone new. And then fucking, he just got rid of her. Oh, do you not know? How do you not know your own religion? This is part of Christianity. Lilith was the first one. She was made of the same elements of mud and clay, just as Adam was. And they were equals. And Adam did not like to be an equal. He wanted to rule. This is why they took Adam, sedated him, and took his ribosomes, his chromosomes, and made a lesser version of him. When you go through mitosis, a weaker version of you is created. It's still you, it's just weaker. Oh, it's in the Bible. It is. It was removed by the Vatican for numerous reasons, to keep people uneducated and to keep people away from the truth of the matter. Which all this delves down into your mindset, who you are as an individual. These are all aspects of yourself, the infinite within inside of you. Just because you're not killing someone on the physical realm does not mean you're not killing a part of you who could exist on this physical realm. You have committed every crime that you are faced with and that you read. And the fact that you read about it and it's near you means you've already committed to it. You've already accepted it. Not the science. No, we're popping heads today. Go read the book. No, read the book of Enoch. Look, anything at all, especially if we're talking like about Christianity, read the book of Enoch. Read the book of Enoch. Why would you not read about the book that of the only man? We're talking man of flesh that went to God without dying. You should at least read his book. And what about Solomon, the one man who received God's wisdom beyond anyone's measure? You should be reading his book. These are people who are blessed by the same God that you worship in that sense. So why are you not participating in those other books? Is it because it's not part of the main big part? Or is it because you're unaware? And this is really what I have to break it down to at the end of the day, because there are books made that are hidden not because they're bad for the Bible, but because they are bad for why the Bible is out in the way that it is. It wouldn't be as popular as it would be, which is why it's a more of a controversial point to talk about. It's, it would be a lot more, it wouldn't sell as good. It wouldn't be a bestseller, to put it bluntly. Oh yeah, there's a lot of books in the Bible. There's a book of war that's not in the Bible. I forgot there's like 4 Bible verses that talk about books that don't even exist within the Bible. Like these are lost books. I have some of the names in my notes. I have to go look at them. You'd be surprised about the shit that I keep in my notes. I got a lot of stuff. Who dare? Oh, it's fucking. I haven't read the Quran yet either. I want to learn Arabic before I read that book, because I don't want to worry about translating. I want to read it in its authentic language, right? I mean, that's just what I personally want to do. Mm-hmm. Solomon was a very Solomon was super. Um, Dude, his teachings are fucking crazy. I don't know. Coming from someone that studies Solomonic magic, the wisdom that he had and was entrusted with, goddamn, like forced to be reckoned with. I don't know. Just Solomonic magic's fucking crazy as it is. He literally learned how to talk to the angels and how to use planets and their times and their positioning. Dude was a literal fucking warlock. He just knew what to do. He was number one. I mean, if you're gonna talk about the Nephilim, we should talk about the cherubim as well. Not the seraphim, but the cherubim. Those of the devil. The lower vibrational angels, if you will. Only if you will, though. You don't have to. But you're dealing with I have it in front of me, excuse me, but you're dealing with Baal when you're dealing with cherubim, new dim near, or Agigi, or however. But those are like your devilish angels, or your protectors, right? That's the masculine element of an angel, while the seraphims are more the feminine. That's why they're closer to God. Yeah, that's from SpongeBob. What about demigods? What about them? In like what regard? In what sense? Well, Eve didn't do anything wrong either. Adam was told not to eat from the garden, not Eve. Eve was eating the apple and everything was fine, but the second Adam took a bite, God was like, "All right, what the fuck you do? Like, what happened? Why'd you fucking eat the apple?" Oh, well, Eve said, "Well, I don't care what Eve said. It was me who told you not to eat." Adam just scapegoated Eve. You know, don't be Adam. Be Eve. Do what you desire to do. Don't be Adam and fucking be like, "Oh, you can't do that because I can't do it." Like, fuck off. Adam was the first fucking crybaby. I'm sorry, but really, let's get down to it. He had a perfect wife and said, "Nah, fuck her. I don't want that." And got a second one and then blamed the fall of humanity on her for eating a fucking apple and never forgave her for it. Like, dude, bro is just an asshole. Yeah, they're all attributes of Baal in that sense. Because they relate to the seven sins. Your seven princes of heaven of hell, excuse me, seven princes of hell and the seven archangels are your seven sins and virtues, right? So whenever you're talking about Baal and God, or Moloch and Jesus, or whatever you want to compare these two, of Horus and Apophis, it breaks down to the laws that govern. So like the laws of virtues, the laws of Ma'at, those things of that nature that are governing their actions, right? 42 laws because it breaks down to 6, and 6 is a spiritual number. The 6 ether, it's like the start. Well, technically this. Well, it's the start of death, I should say. Ishtar, yes. I'm pretty damn sure. The rest, not too sure. I'd have to spark up some research and some documents that I don't have like on par right now. I could find it within these notes. I literally have like at least 100 fucking notepads open on my desktop. I'm not lying. It takes up a lot of my CPU. I don't know if I'm gonna be able to find it. I don't know what it was tiled. Well, there's the Seven Thunders theory, but that's not what I want. Well, each angel does have its demon. Angels are your guardians and demons are your servant. We all have an angel and we all have a demon that resides inside of us, right? That's just how the Goetics work. That's how the Zodiacs work. Whatever your house is, your positive attributes are brought from your angels, or your optimistic attributes are brought from your angels, and then your pessimistic or negative is brought by your demons. And you are the middle, which is the sign that's being seen and the planet that's being seen, that's operating in between those two laws and stuff. Yeah, I can try and get that for you. Man, dude, whenever this shit, I'm literally like, I'm not gonna talk about it in detail just yet, but I'm so fucking close to something happening. And it's like the sooner that I can get this to transpire on the physical, shit's gonna change so quick. I'm being prepared for it heavily. I cannot wait. It's something about, and I can mention this part because I've mentioned it a lot. It's something about the fucking bone divination kit that I've been looking at for a while. It's something about it. It has been calling to me for almost a full year, and it's like I'm supposed to have it. Apparently, it feels that way because it's not like I'm itching to get it. It's just I won't think about it for a few days, and then it'll pop up in my mind, and it's like it's always the first thing. Like I've just been really called to get it. And the second that I get one thing to move on the physical, that it's been moving for a while. It's taking its time, right? There's no rush for it. But the second that it fully clicks into motion, I'm set. Do you want an acceleration Z? I would love one. I've been doing I've been dude, I've been all over the place. There's a sigil that I can make. There's a sigil I can just look at. I have like a too much resources when it comes down to it. So I'm like, I'm kind of wanting to do that, but at the same time, I want to make sure that there's not like a lesson that I'll skip and not learn. So I've been kind of on the fence of like doing something about it, and it's like I pull cards on it, and it's always like, oh, do what you want, it's your choice, move forward with the integrity that you have, and it's like, yeah, I'll do that. I just don't know if there's more, and this is my Libra Gemini, right? I want to learn more, but I already feel like I'm balanced enough. It's just I have this fucking hunger My soul is like always hungry. It wants more truth. It wants to find, there's something that it hasn't like found yet that I'm still like diving through. But you're fine, Leah. It's always safe to ask questions. My apologies for not being able to respond to you. I've been all over the place. Okay, I wouldn't mind that. If you want to email me about that, we can definitely talk about that. Cause I don't know. That's just my main thing. Uh, and it's also I talk with my guides a lot before I do shit too. Like, I've been in deep meditations recently. Like, I'm talking about I have burnt things off of me, not like physically but spiritually, right? And whatever change is happening around me, it is definitely for a higher good. I just want to make sure I don't fuck up any lessons because I'm seeing the situation clearly. Like, I think I have more control over like that I'm what I'm going through than I realize. And not in the sense that I'm not seeing the control I have in it, but I see how much control I have in it right now. And it's more of just like following my heart, moving whenever I know it's right. So it's very interesting on that. Depending on what spirit, I know a lot of spirits. I know a lot of Daniels too. God. I know a lot of Daniels. I'm not even gonna talk about it. Surprising to surprising to like contrary belief, death gods don't actually want you to die. They transcend, they don't care about the physical shit. They just want you to change. Nah, you're good. It's just how it be. It's just how it be. But yeah. I don't know. I was supposed to do a reading, wasn't I? No, what you gain from rebirth is not measurable. Literally, what's funny is by the time you realize all the stuff that your rebirth brought you, you're already going through another one. Yeah, you gotta go through your consequences. You gotta see what you're doing that's causing a sequences of events that are going against your main effort, and not seeing it as a bad thing, but just seeing as it, it's just a reaction. Oh right, yeah. Thank you. Dude, I'm no longer stuttering. I'm just my brain is just like acclimating, getting like used to shit. But yeah, I can get you for that. There do be a lot going on. It's the Libra. I think it's the Aquarius. I'm thinking it's the Aquarius. I'm just detached. I've been honestly a lot more detached than usual. I've literally, dude, it was so funny. I woke up one day. I rose like, I think it was like last week. I was talking to one of my friends and I had such a fun time talking to him. And I talked to him like the next day. The energy was blank. I felt nothing. I just like detached from like all flesh when I one rising. And I've just like, no one makes sense to me anymore. Like I'm just kind of in this new form where it's like anything anyone can say can be impressionable, or that this whatever like transformation is happening has me like malleable. So I don't pick up on people's like facade or mask anymore. It's just blank, and it's fucking weird. It's so weird, cause it's like, I don't know. Some people are just boring. Some people don't have like that spark of life in them, and I really feel that right now. Is what I'm trying to say. It's my North Node, Leo. North Node, Leo. I don't know how the hell. Man, you know what's funny? Every Leo I've met has been a fucking butthole, and every Libra I've met has been chronically insane. No, I'm not gonna talk about it. I'm not gonna talk about it. I talk about that event too much. Anyway, let me get you your reading. So with the first card, you have envy, which is obviously envy, lack of self-confidence, difference, barriers of self-development. So they're showing themselves to you to show you a blockage. With it being with envy, this could be you desiring to do something and not being able to do it, or feeling as if you aren't prepared as you deem you're not as prepared as you deem yourself compared to others, or things of that nature. Just showing you how things are being reflected to you. When you have the Four of RAL, when you give, you also receive, being resistant to change, extremes in how you save or spend money. Don't worry about money being an actual finance thing. You can think of money as being energy and time, just as it is in simplicity's sake. You know what I mean? So really focus on what you're spending things on, and as well, take time to wait. Don't jump into the physical matter of things so quickly. Allow more planning, allow more self-engagement. So really kind of see what they're showing you. When do they pop up around you? When do they make themselves known and present to you? Pay attention to to that time, to what's going on, to thoughts or however, so you can kind of see how they're relating, what their attributes are, is what they're trying to show you. Like they're coming to you to say, hey, I'm coming to you through this energy. And if you can pick up on this energy and read it, it won't be such a hassle. It won't have to be such of an extreme encounter. You know what I mean? I don't know what that is, synth. So I'm not into it. I don't know what that is. Can you repeat the part about not handling it so it's not extreme? Yes. Focus more on waiting and not on the physical realm when it comes down to time and matter. So that you're not as focused on that physical reality, and not so forced to move forward in certain ways. Really take time to like see what they're showing you. So pay attention to the mindset that you have, the events that are happening around the time of when they're coming to you, so you can read the realm more, and not have such an intense experience with them popping up in your energy in a physical form or in that sense, and just more of giving you nudges towards what you're healing with. I'll remember. I'll remember with the channeling. I've been really detached recently. Like I've, dude, I don't know how to explain it. Like every like 5 seconds, my third eye like starts to buzz, and I really don't know what that means just yet. But I'm finding out. I'd probably be into it then. Simply because you mentioned one word, which is Vedic. Because this is one of the most accurate. Dude, I don't know. I'm not going to talk about it. I talk about it too much. I talk about it way too much. But I got you. I don't know. It's not. I'm not even going to complain about it. It's actually really enjoyable having that third eye thing. Because anytime it happens, I get incredibly focused. So it's fun. Yeah, I might head off here soon though. It's like almost 1 o'clock. And I gotta do some stuff tomorrow probably. I hope. Oh, that's gonna be fun. Yeah, that'll be fun. Discord? I do have one. Here, let me post the links. I'll just post it. It has literally everything on it. Oh, I'm not going to sleep right now. It could be that as well, Daniel, because I'm actively constantly thinking about the sigil work I'm doing for the egregore, as well as what I want to do for the channel. So what I'm basically doing is I'm making a bunch of sigils and then making audio for it, which is what I did with that first one. That is one of the sigils that we're using in the ritual. It's not the same. It's missing 3 direct ingredients that make it specifically towards what is used for the egregore stuff, which I'm never going to show anyone. There's a part of it that's not even shown on the original image either because I made it invisible. So we're not talking about it. But you can use that base sigil just for like discovering like spirits, like intuition from people, lost objects, things of that nature. Nah, see, that's the thing, Kay. I do that all the time. I am proud of myself, but I will be damned if I have to like go about myself like that. It's weird. You know what I mean? So I get what you're coming from. Cause I will literally beat myself up, and it's like I'm doing so good. I'm doing like the best. I just like, bruh. So I get it. Damn. Nah, we really do, Kay. We really do. Sorry, I was researching something too. That's why I said damn like that. Nothing bad, just intriguing. And here I was that makes sense though as well. But I don't care about that right now. I am gonna probably head off and bounce though, so I don't stay up all night. I'm probably gonna stay up all night anyway. It's already like 12. But regardless, I love you all so much. Well, I'll be back tomorrow. I'm gonna try. I'm gonna do my best. Do not quote me on this. I'm going to do my best to try and get daily streams out, whether it's talking about something or doing these 2 card pulls. Hell, I might even do just like I don't know. I might save that for later. I'm putting that in the vault. But I'll have some interactive streams. That's what one of them I was kind of thinking of. It's more of like interactive stuff like this. But regardless, well, not like this, but the idea I had. Regardless, I'm gonna try and get a stream out like every night, and try to do it like around like bedtime or like around like lunch or something. But regardless, I love you all so much, to the moon and back, tenfold and forever, and I will see you all later.